Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Squigs, Mana, Jupiter1, Mastermaticus, Ruben6F, Click Skinner, Broad Metal Luck 2, Furious Sheep, all noting you won't be able to stay for long, but your support of the run continues. Wonderful. Enjoy being diurnal, which I think means sleeping 2 different times of the day. Cool Doge. Let's see, Roofin, Curse Word, Medieval Man, Kicked Kid, Ura Jimiru 92. Welcome, welcome. The run continues. The one true run, the first champions. We march on. Last we left off, we did a lot of fighting in the south. I am diurnal. Hold on, what does diurnal mean? Let's get an official definition. Of or during the day. Oh, it just means you're like not nocturnal. I see, I get it. I was thinking diurnal might have meant like active in the morning and the evening. There's a word for that too. Can't remember what it is. But yes, I am in fact diurnal. I'm actually kind of an early riser, if you'll believe it. I don't actually sleep all that much. Biphasic sleep, that might be what I'm thinking of. But yeah, no, I think that's right. Crepuscular, that might be the word I was thinking of. Yeah, crepuscular animals that are active during twilight. Yeah. That is the word I was thinking of. Thank you, Hot Soup and Toast, which is, I will say again, that is a fantastic username. But yeah, last time we did a whole lot of clearing out of like nomads in the south. We did a lot of fighting down there and did not collect too many extra shinies despite our best efforts, though we did kind of get some shiny adjacent gear by taking out 2 assassins that were accompanying a southern army. So that was pretty nice. We only got one of the face masks, but as far as non-named gear goes, it's like this and a decorated full helmet and a coat of plates for Forged Bros that are kind of like these are the best. This is the good stuff. This is excellent that we were able to get this kind of setup. This is practically named gear levels of strength. We were also able to get everyone up to their final levels. So all of our builds are finalized. Any additional like quirky builds we might need, we're going to have to get from bros we pick up along the way. Our first order of business, while we get started here, is we're going to just get some food. We've returned to civilization after a long trek out into the wilderness. And as you can see, we're a little low on food. Also, we have this paint set. Nice. Not delusional. Hello, hello. So yeah, we need to get back to turning caravans into food, and then we'll go somewhere. Can assassin stuff be famed? I'm not really sure what you mean by that, Kitty Poner. If you're referring to like the assassin unit that we fought, no. It's just a regular unit like any other. Am I also having a problem of normal events not firing during a holy war? I am not. I have been getting events firing without issue. But there are some times where the event manager can get goofy. So yeah, I also put a message in the Discord just outlining some of the calculation that I was doing on a potential fight against the Barbarian Madman with Disco Nick. And, no conclusions. There's many different ways we could do it. I'm not convinced necessarily of any. I don't know. We haven't even found the icy cave, but we're probably going to go looking for it today. I'm really hoping it's not like embedded into a forest. That would be so annoying, but it could happen, right? Yeah, so we're going to keep our short-term goal of don't die. We're going to start the stream by taking it easy and just like replenishing supplies by raiding caravans. And once we've done that for, a hot minute or two, then we'll continue on. Okay, so we got an event that fired. Speaking of events, we've got an event right away. Insane Killer 013 is no longer fat. However, he's gluttonous. So in the event pool he could get fat again. The Ozempic hit, yeah. So, you know, he was on his GLP-1 inhibitor, and he thought, yeah, this is working great, so I'll stop using it. Boom. Anyway, it's back to Nashville hot chicken and ice cream for this guy. So yeah, he's gonna get fat again eventually. Who knows when it'll happen? Mark the day. Yeah, so I actually used to have, and I must have gotten rid of it, or replaced it, or renamed it, or something. I used to have a last event command. You know what I could do? I'll just put it on screen. Short-term goal, don't die. Last event, what day is it? 107. Though I'm not really trying too hard right now to get event bros. The reason I'm not trying too hard to get event bros is I don't want to collect too many where we need to bring too many bros to fight the Kraken. Ideally, I bring probably 3 or 4 bros other than the tank, right? So right now, when we're only able to bench 9, that means we can bring 3. So if we pick up another bro, great. We can bring 4, but I don't want to bring more than that. That starts to get riskier, I guess, basically. We want the team to remain a little bit thinned down just to make the Kraken fight safer. We don't have the tools we need for the Kraken fight yet, so we're going to need to get the Goblin Trinket and probably the Barbarian, the Idrok armor, but then we'll be ready. So anyway, we're going to start things off here by just looking for some caravans to raid. Perfect. Supply caravans work great. Not unhappy with seeing those at all. So we'll take them out. Probably we'll keep ammo use to a minimum, but not like 0. What would be the next possible bro, or what would we aim for? I mean, we're not aiming for anything specific quite yet. We'll take what we can get, kind of, to be honest. But yeah, we're not going to be too terribly specific in what we're looking for. We are pretty happy to try to get either the Belly Dancer, Kingsguard, or the Barbarian on the road. Those would be the ideal bros to join us, but any bro is a huge boost to the team's overall strength. Oh, he tried to leave zone of control. Interesting. Cute. %5 chance to push him and it worked. Okay. We're off to a good start. That decap was really gory with the head falling in an empty space and all. Yeah, the decaps can be, they sure can be. They sure can be. We're not exactly the most accurate team. Some things stay the same. There we go, got those ones fully in. Alright, pretty clean fight. Nothing, nothing really to comment on here. These are just footmen. Footmen without any other accompanying forces are going to be pretty weak. That guy nearly getting away here. Unacceptable. We're going to run them down though, of course. They're little bags of experience. We want the experience inside them. We also want the tools from destroying their armors, etc., etc. There we go. Okay. So, no damage taken, which was pretty nice. And hey, would you look at that? So the cargo for this particular caravan, in addition to the tools that we got just from the scavenger, was more tools. You love to see it. So praise Dovcool, we were gifted a delightful little caravan of tools. Wonderful. I cannot believe why you have so many fighting spears. It's good, it's good. All right, I'm gonna leave behind a few of these busted up armors that we're not gonna use anymore. And I don't think we need that fire lance. Not the damaged fire lance. Okay, I think that's good. Footman will abandon the donkey, just goes to show that caravan hands are better than castle briggies. Yes. All right, so let's go down this way, I think. Ooh, would you look at that? A fresh caravan. Lovely. So we need to build up our food supply, and then I'm thinking we'll probably make an exodus out to the northern parts of the map. I gotta press the B button. Get the old unpathable terrain objects highlighted for us. Light Switch 21, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well today. We could maybe try to get this guy's armor. I don't know how much we want to bother, to be totally honest. Probably we don't really care. Get fenced. Okay. Figured I should probably attack that guy so he didn't do anything too shystery. Well, took that guy's head clean off. Still got the padded leather. 51%. We'll grab it. It might be something we want to fix up. Got a little bit of ammo here. Pretty happy with that. More food. Also welcome. It's not going to be too many more caravans before we've actually got enough food where I feel comfortable making another sweep through the north. Again, looking for the icy cave and also just maybe some barbarians to fight, things like that. We'll head south just a little bit before looping back north. Could maybe like explore some of these areas that we haven't passed through yet. mowing the lawn, as it were, with the fog of war. All right, a little bit of brigand activity on the road. Did I get the cook yet? Not yet. Not yet. We are getting pretty close to the amount of renown required to be able to unlock the cook. And once we are able to, we're going to go ahead and get it. And having the cook unlocked is really going to help us stay out in the wilderness and like stay there. Because that's where all the shiny fancy items are going to be, or at least more than close to civilization. So that's kind of the idea for grabbing the cook in the context of this particular challenge run. That's the motivation, I suppose, is a maybe better way to say it. Beautiful. Food is your biggest challenge at the moment? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Because that's kind of what we're doing right now, right? So even though these fights do have other benefits, like, you know, these are overwhelmingly going to be tools positive because we're not really taking damage, etc., etc. We still aren't getting much else from these fights. And so being able to go out into the wilderness to get like the fights that we really want, where we're going to get our shinies, our named items, that's what we're really into. Got him in the head. Okay, we're gonna make them come to us. There's no reason to take damage for no reason. Got any really sick shiny items? Well, there's no need to apologize for missing a stream. That's never apologize. That's, you know, anyway. We have not found too many shinies. So we've got a full armor set here on Disco Nick. We've got still the Marvelous Needle that we got a long time ago. And not sorry, good. Perfect. That's better. We did fight one of the legendary locations. We fought the Ancient Village? Artifact Village? Whatever that place is that has the first, you know, set of fault finders and flesh golems and whatever. We got the Bloodletter's Reach. We found a fencing sword. And then we got a magnificent shooter, which is actually a very welcome crossbow, given that it has a whole bunch of additional accuracy on it. Oh, and also Gunther the Grinning's Bulwark. I forgot about this one. This shield is really good. Yeah, you got an X-bow to help hit things, exactly. So despite being a little bit ranged skill challenged, Curse Word is now finally able to hit the enemy. You love to see it. So yeah, we got some good things. Yeah, it's a very nice shield. You missed Monday stream also and some of the things. Yeah. It was a good one. Okay, got another full, you know, mint condition padded leather. Very nice. Also, you know, there was a period where we had lower fight density, so keeping fight density up here is really good. Let's see, do I want to keep following these footsteps? I think I kind of do. You want to see more Famed Forge to see the nimble? Yeah, me too. Same. Do I want to fight this noble army? I mean, it would be fine. It doesn't really benefit us that much. I don't want to fight him in the forest. We're going to come back for him, I think. Oh. That's disappointing. Briggy Alley, being true to its name. Not a fan of the Arblasters? Ah, it shouldn't be too bad. We've got a setup with our kite shield here on our tiny brother, where I'm not too worried about the Arblasters doing too much damage. So we'll wait for the Briggies to win here. We'll take out the Briggies and then we'll take out that noble army. They still will have supplies on them. So like, it's not a bad fight for us. Okay. So here, I think I am going to use some ammo. No throwing weapons or anything, but I think it's worth, yeah, doing this stuff. We started real far back. Yes, and so the reason we started real far back was they just finished their fight against the other unit, and even though they have no forces remaining, it still sets up the battlefield like they're fighting each other and that we're intercepting. So, will you get stuff from the caravan? No. Right, so even though they took out a caravan, none of the caravan loot is going to be in the drop table for this fight. This is the optimal way to fight Alps. Oh, yeah, I saw Sins get wiped a while ago. Yeah, so if you fight, so for example, and we kind of saw it during the battle brawl, you know, the way Alps spawn, they'll be like in a ring around the edge of the battlefield. You know, we saw that during like the battle brawls, for example. But in a fight like this, if the Alps were just fighting something else, they're going to spawn also potentially right near your camp company, which is not how they typically spawn, so you don't get that full turn of all of them just simply walking towards you, which, you know, is not good. Trashy Comps, been loving the streams, hadn't played this game in years and got back into it watching this crazy challenge. You reminded me just how much you love this game, so thank you. That is literally like the #1 best thing that I could possibly read. So that is awesome, and I'm happy that that happened, and thank you. That is just the best. It's a good game. It's a very good game. You got me back in this game recently as well? Hell yeah. You love to see it. You love to see it. Same, you were 5 years for you loaded up with a new update and found it. Oh, Corax the Cool, that's also, this is great. I had no idea that was the impact I was having. Hell yeah. That's great. Wonderful. It's a very good game. The second coming of Battle Brothers. You love to see it. Ditto, until the Flesh Golem fight confused you. It's a weird fight. Alright, pretty happy to be destroying some of these armors. We want to get our scavenger value after all. Alright. Just now you've come to discover that one of your SATA SSDs has been bit rotting fairly intensely silently. What a nice surprise. Oh no. You've had a positive impact on my life as well. Well, thank you, Broad Metalluck 2. That is great. I'm very happy to hear it. I've seen some of your wonderful comments on YouTube and other places, Broad Metalluck 2. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Yeah, that was the... Yeah, it's been nice. All right, nice pile of ammo from these briggies. So that was still ammo positive. I'm fairly... Yeah, that's got to be ammo positive. Random broken files on the drive. Ooh, that's not what you want. That's not what you want. All right, so I think I am going to fight this northern army. So they still have like a decent, you know, set of things they can drop. Oh my goodness. These briggies have a hedge knight? Oh my. It's a very nice, cool, and normal community cult that's formed here. You love to see it. Exactly, Mana. Exactly. Apples and Fruits, thank you for the Prime sub. Jumping on the Slurgy love pile. Well, thank you all. Much appreciated. Also inspired you to drink a greater variety of sparkling drinks, including making syrup from a pile of rhubarb you didn't... Oh, yes! The rhubarb simple syrup. Yeah, kind of a homemade soda hack is make a rhubarb simple syrup, which I do every spring. And then I just mix that with some of my sparkling waters. All right, so they've got some high ground here. 30% hit chance, higher than I'd like. You gotta try that? Oh, it's so good. It's so good. So we're gonna get up onto some high ground, so I suppose we'll go here. And let's wait and see if we get some opportunities to shoot out from cover. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what kind of opportunities we have. Hedge Knight Yum. It's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Okay, so we got a range defense battery set up here. The remnants of boiled rhubarb are quite tasty, yes, as long as the thingy is firm. What? Floppy, sloppy rhubarbs, not so kosher. I'm not even sure I understand what you're saying. Yeah, are we still talking about rhubarb? There's a period of ripeness for rhubarbs. Oh yeah, so you don't want to eat rhubarb that is like, so for example, if you've got rhubarb now, don't eat it. It becomes like poisonous later in the season. Yeah, it's not even just that it's sloppy, like it's literally poisonous. Just don't eat it. This guy's gonna just expose himself like this. Oh, I clicked too fast. That's all right. Is there a distinction between toxic and poisonous? Oh, there is. I suppose I actually technically mean toxic. I think I technically mean toxic, not poisonous. There's a distinction. I can't remember what it is, but there's a difference. Just a little bit of poison as a treat? Yeah. Toxic is when it actively attempts to poisonous. Poisonous is when it passively has toxic elements in it. Okay. Toxic refers to poison that is produced naturally by living things, but is often used to describe any harmful substance. Poisonous describes any substance, natural or manufactured, that is harmful or deadly to living cells, even in small quantities. Okay. So we could basically say that one is a subset of the other, right? So we could say that toxic is a subset of things that are also poisonous. Venomous and poisonous has a distinction. One bites you, the other you bite it. Makes sense. I like that distinction as well. Aesthetic Gabe, just getting a little bit Shrek'd. Interesting why they call toxic waste toxic then. True. Oh yeah, I suppose no. Toxic makes the most sense. Yeah, that would be right. Alright, I think this guy's probably gonna get away. This Arbalester, I don't think we're gonna catch him. He's gone. Hello, Chaotic Wolf Girl Libby. Okay, so we took just a tiny bit of damage there on Aesthetic Gabe, but more than made up for it with the tools that we got here. We get a couple extra heavy crossbows. I don't know that we even need them. The spiked impalers, if anything, are going to have more value. I don't think we're going to have any use for them, so I'm going to leave them behind. Now, the padded nasal helmets, these are pretty nice. Not too shabby. We like those as a potential side piece for padded leathers specifically, so we're going to grab those. And anything else? You know, I don't think I'm ever going to use this leather scale armor. In a desperation situation, I might equip the padded surcoat, though. All right, let's see. Let's get a new setup here on Aesthetic Gabe. Should equip like this. Actually, maybe I think I like the stitched nomad armor with the padded nasal helmet. That's a nice, you know, combat scarf. All right, so we got these briggies here. That's a really big pile of briggies. They got their own personal hedge knight. Huh. So yeah, we're gonna take this fight. Let's go ahead and scoop on over here just to make sure we're on more favorable terrain. Another group of briggies there. I'm gonna guess there was a fresh, you know, briggy camp created over here. We could go try to find it. Nets? Yeah, so that's what I was just thinking of doing, is if this hedge knight has, if the hedge knight has a armor that we want to try to dagger him down. So I'm gonna bring 2 nets. It's about as good a net target as we're going to find, so... You wish you had a personal Hedge Knight? I also wish you had a personal Hedge Knight. Okay, he's got a Coat of Scales. Coat of Scales is pretty good. It'd be nice to have another Coat of Scales on the squad. Shiny Crossbow, fatigue and accuracy? Yep, fatigue and accuracy. -1 fatigue on skill use and plus 14% accuracy. It's a pretty good one. Is Viander pretty tasty too? Yeah. Yeah, so that greatsword. We'd be pretty happy with a greatsword. Yeah, it is something we want actually. It very much is. It also makes the Hedge Knight a little bit scary. Not like scary, but a genuine threat. Hedgie's not a threat when you can walk the Indom guy next to him. Yeah, and unfortunately our Indom guy is up here. So... Indom guy is just going to occupy the enemy up here. So unfortunately, that's not going to be a play available to us. We're still going to be okay dealing with him though. He is probably going to try to flank, yes. That's true. So our plan here is just going to be, you know, line of shield walls here for range defense, basically. And then shield wall here just for these throwing weapons. And given that there's melee contact, they're going to run forward. Hello, the Chaucer. Hate maintenance with the Guam folks? Yeah, can't they just keep their stuff working? Oh, also, I realized Battle Pashi's got kind of a silly armor on. Or at least he did, until it got fully destroyed in exactly one hit. Ooh. It's probably going to bleed out, though. His armor is his faith in the run. Don't test it too hard. Yeah, we won't test it too hard. All right, Hedgie running forward. So our key tool against the Hedge Knight is going to be the nets here on Curse Word and Misha Twitcher's Disarm. Which arm? Disarm. Stab. And probably should get Disco Nick up here. I think we gotta help Battle Pashi out. Don't want to neglect this area too much. So we're gonna make it so he doesn't get an attack next turn. Definitely want D and Dice here with the Marvelous Needle. Loving the accuracy weapon there. Playing Rise of Ronin, you're loving it. Not sure I'm familiar with that one. It's a title I don't think I know. And I guess I'll save Fatigue on Misha Twitcher. I was thinking about maybe doing something, but we're gonna We're gonna save all our fatigue for disarms on the Hedgie. I think that'll be the play. Have to pay attention to the shield durability on the Chaucer there. It's an ARPG set when America went to Japan, and you get to choose to be pro-Shogun or anti-Shogun. Interesting. Which time that America went to Japan? Let's see, I don't want them to just run, I don't want them to run directly to Falsers. So I might just attack and go up here. That's the one thing I don't want the Hedge Knight to do. I mean, I guess I could think of a few things I don't want him to do, but it's high on the list. Anyone else have this problem? Your expenses have gone up with about $100 during the summer due to the fact that watermelons are in season. They go for about $5 and you and your girlfriend can quite easily go through 2/3 of a watermelon per day. Damn, that is some impressive watermelon consumption. I enjoy a good watermelon, but damn. That's a lot of water. That's a lot of melon. All right, so let's get in position to disarm. And I suppose I probably still get Curse Word down here to net this guy. So we'll get in position for next turn. Stop abusing that Hedge Knight. He had it coming. Let's see, I think I want to contribute more to the surround. So we'll do a rotation just to be able to do that. It's a little bit weak. Boy, quite possibly won't even need to use a net. Easy. What was our hit chance there anyway? 56? I guess that's pretty high actually. Huh. Well, alright. Puncture? Yeah, right. What are the chances? This game is bullshit! Alright, well, so much for bringing that net over. That was silly. Nothing will quite ever bring satisfaction in this game like enemies that are all running one after another, and you get that rapid fire attacks that most of which are lethal, and it just like, it's good. It's good. It never gets old. Exactly. Alright, I guess these last few Brigand Marksmen are gonna get away. That was a very clean fight. It's like a slot machine going off. Yeah, exactly. Very many good brain chemicals. Alright, we got the coat of scales, we got the full helm. Not bad. We'll go ahead and grab those. I think we're also gonna grab the quiver of bolts. We actually weirdly care about that. And we also like this greatsword. Now the greatsword is coming pretty damaged, which is too bad. But still, it's a welcome weapon. Welcome weapon indeed. This is the kind of weapon that we could give, honestly, like Aesthetic Gabe. There are situations where maybe the greatsword would be better than the fencing sword. Maybe that's the only bro we even get good use out of it on. It's a little bit sad. Why is the sword so damaged he didn't even use it a single time? I know, right? It's also one of those weapons that we can equip on our spear bros before we fight Ancient Dead. So that's fine. So. Betalami says, "Heyo, I've been out for a while. Things seem to be going pretty well. Mind if you ask what my shift in mentality was?" Well, I do give an intro discussion on the restart of the run. The big change was that I genuinely misunderstood the timing constraints. So I added timing constraints. I added additional rules because I didn't realize, well, I won't get into the details. I kind of do in that video, but I made it harder, but I made it harder in a way that was still easier than I thought it was, this challenge, if that makes any sense. Yeah, greatswords on attack challenged units are really good. I'm just not sure where exactly to equip it. Wage pressure misconception was the big one. Exactly, that is the big one. I guess I could have just said that. It's a little bit heavy for boilerplate to be wearing. Maybe on Insane Killer, though, this setup might actually kind of make sense. Shiny bro, yeah, very shiny bro. Also, enemy type misconceptions as well, hence the return of the Spearos. Yes, yep, that is also true. And we're going to equip a quiver of bolts to have a backup one of those. I'm also maybe going to equip the powder bag on one bro for future use. You remember that restart stream? Yeah. I mean, that's basically, that's all I changed. Okay, so do I want to go after these briggies here, or do I want to trace these footsteps while they're fresher to find the briggie camp that presumably is not too far from here? I think I want to do that. Yeah, wages and spear bro usage opened my eyes a bit more to freedom, yeah. Yeah, wage pressure is basically irrelevant once you're established, right, exactly. And I just didn't realize, So, boy, I guess it's about to be nighttime. Maybe finding the camp here might be too hard. I guess I could still just explore this area. We can explore this kind of undiscovered section of the map. Yeah, I honestly, I know I've commented on this before, but I'm very happy that this is like one of the crappiest squads. Hey, would you look at that? One of the crappiest squads I've ever seen. Don't get me wrong, good bros help out a lot. But if there was ever an example of like, you don't need good bros to complete all the content in the game, in the context of like an insane challenge run, this is proving it as much as anything possibly could. Random little forest camp. I know, it's cute, isn't it? It's cute. It's a cute camp. This company's come a long way. The company's come a long way. We've gotten to be pretty strong now, yeah. But I need my tryout mod. Oh boy. cleaved. Whipped. Oh, whoops. Oh, whatever. Oh, and I should check the durability of that shield. Not that they have anything that can attack it, but... Okay, it's already fully repaired. Right. Oh, and I guess I can unequip the nets, huh? We don't need those. Dudes were camping to get ambushed by some angry caravan destroyer. That's us. You recently got back into Star Sector, this time actually engaging in the written stories, and it's been such a blast. Yeah, people have mentioned that a couple times on stream. It does sound like a pretty cool game. To be fair, getting all that God roll Hedge Knight with Forged Berserk Killing Frenzy build is intoxicating. Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, those builds, of course, are strong and make the game much easier, and the power fantasy is real. Like, that's absolutely the case. But, you know, thinking you need it to succeed, that's the thing I'd like to gently push back against. So, even on a seed farmed lone wolf, you don't go Zerk Frenzy Forge? Right. I made mine into a spear bro on the Winstreak series run. Though that isn't actually how I think you would... I don't actually think that's like optimal. That was because I wanted to. Okay, so what was the thing I was gonna do? Oh yeah, unequip these nets. I can leave one, right? Maybe I do something like this. I think that works. Zerk Frenzy on Forged, LOL, what kind of fat did you get to? 160, right? I mean, that's the kind of the thing it sort of needs. So. Okay, do I keep exploring this area? I think so, it's dawn. We'll at least step on this little hill. Okay. That was probably the camp that spawned that Briggy patrol. So let's go back this way, see if we can find where the other Briggy was coming from. And then we'll go north from here. This has been a nice little replenishment sesh. We, of course, are still trying to make our way up to 10,000 crowns. It's been a little bit slow going. You'll never yuck someone's yum, but the tryout mod for you robs the game of that dynamic narrative and kind of breaks the immersion of having a company of brothers grow organically. Oh, absolutely. I mean, here's the deal. Here's my thoughts on tryout mod. A lot of people want to get tryout mod because they want to make the game a little bit easier. They want to have those Chad bros or whatever. But there's a certain like mental block of not wanting to admit to yourself that you're playing the game on an easier difficulty. Don't make any mistake. Tryout mod makes the game way easier. If you end up with bros who, on average, have about 5 more offensive stats and 5 more defensive stats than if you didn't use it, then you've benefited by the same amount as simply playing on beginner. Just play on beginner. There's nothing wrong with that. This game has a steep learning curve. That's okay. You can enjoy the game on beginner. And the nice thing about playing on beginner is that when you find those god tier bros or those quirky bros or those exotic bros that are really cool and powerful, they are special. And that is like the part of Battle Brothers that makes it such a good game. So, anyway. That's why Tryout Mod makes the game much easier and also makes the game much less fun, and why you just shouldn't use them. By adding a feature to the game, you take away so much more. Alright, I guess I can wait for it to just barely become nighttime before entering the dagger den here. Can't tell me what to do, I'm not your real dad. Not yet. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, again, I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. Like, if you enjoy it, and you're sure you actually genuinely enjoy it, then you should do it. I have definitely, correctly, I think, used the vanilla tryout mod and do so in my Winstreak series. Not a lot, but in more than one run, and I explain why I'm doing it and the value that it's providing, and it's legit. There are times where using tryout makes sense. I'm not gonna pretend like it's common or, you know, misrepresent the value that it does provide, but like, anyway, I think people wanting to make it too good is not the way. Oh, Lars the Lunatic. Would you look at that? You always felt that tryout mods that just reveal everything for free is just cheating, but then tryout mods that reveal some info at a proper cost could be balanced, but again, that just makes the bro into a pile of stats rather than a bro. Yeah, I mean, there are ways to make it a lot more like reasonable from a balance perspective, but the reason I still don't like even those is that to me, a lot of the fun that you can get from this game is making the most out of like the weird stuff or like the deficiencies, right? It's the strategic part, really. I mean, it's the part of the that's the part of the game I like. It's a strategy. It's a tactical RPG, right? Let that part shine. And there's just not a good way of making that quite good, basically. Yeah, I will say, for as much as I don't want there to be, you know, any filthy robot hate, especially since, again, I think I discovered this game because of him, I think he misrepresented the value that Tryout Mod was providing. That's my hot take. Lore-wise, feels weird to blindly hire someone without trying them out first, though. Only speaking lore-wise. Yeah, I mean, that's true. It does feel weird that you can't at least, you know, get a little more information about a recruit. I mean, I think that's fair. I think that makes sense. I'm not sure how I want to approach this exactly. Oh, Father Falsers. Falsers has blessed us with a reading from the Run1. Thank you, Father Falsers. Brothers, we know these lessons in our heart, for they are written. Then once again, to the Book of Briggies, verses 87-92. Judge not thy brother by the strength of his arm, nor by the swiftness of his strike. For who knoweth whom the run shall uphold? The one thou contest least may stand when others fall. Give place to each man, that he may prove his heart. For the run delighteth not in perfection, but in the willing. Let every brother be tried, that none be cast aside in vain. Thank you, Father Falsers. A delight as always. Okay, I think here I just continue to shield wall, but I think I'm also going to spear wall, at least on these two. I don't love where Battle Pasha is, but it's fine for now. Made it better. Lovely. Filthy had completely different goals than today's players. Well, that's true. Yeah, he wasn't searching for like day count things. He just wanted to do certain stuff. And so his justification, basically, at least what I understand him describing it as, was basically he could either have the tryout mod or just keep making loops, recruiting, like firing and hiring bros until he got what he was looking for. And he was eventually going to find them anyway, which is kind of true, but also the game is scaling in the background and increasing in strength. Enemies are gaining new perks and abilities and whatever. So if you were able to gain strength faster than the game does, it is definitely making the game easier. And that's the part that I believe he dramatically misrepresented. But yeah, I don't know. He retired from streaming and just content creation in general, which I think my understanding is that he kind of just like had to, right? He was trying to make a go of making a career out of it, and that's just, it's hard, right? So that's too bad. You're also going to spend like 100K doing so instead of 5K on tryouts? Right, exactly. Streaming is not a profit-producing venture. I mean, I think it can't, like, obviously for some people it is, right? But if that's your goal, it asks so much of you to make that work. It just does. So, yeah. I mean, tryouts don't have to be free. If you make tryout better, you're making the game easier. Like, full stop. There's no, like, we can add qualifications to it and try to elaborate more on how much easier it's making it, but it makes the game easier. If you're adding information to the tryout, you're making the game easier. How much you're making it easier, of course, depends on the specific settings / mod you're using. But there's no denying that you're making the game easier, just none. Yeah, it's not an optimal choice for making profit. There are easier paths to getting rich that demand less of you in comparison. Bad cost to benefit ratio. Right. Rich being a bit of an extreme. I mean, some people are just trying to make a living from it. You know. Getting rich and making a living, I think, are pretty different objectives. Oh shit. People who think tryouts should be stronger to be realistic have obviously never had to interview / hire. Man. Yes. There are comments I want to make, and I won't. But I've been on plenty of interview panels, and I've been on interview panels for people who I was going to work with directly. And that's where I'm going to stop myself. And it's taking everything in me to stop. It's because you've had to interview / hire that you enjoy your filthy casual trial mod. You've seen the ways sometimes people can do a very, very good job of perhaps not representing their skill set correctly. Can happen. You'll admit you've never interviewed someone for the job of being a killer? Not yet, you haven't, but hey, there's still time. That Briggy leader getting away. How do I feel about that? I guess it's fine. You agree with all the criticisms of the mod, you enjoy the power fantasy of building Uber Brothers, so you still enjoy it because you can do more of that. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, Falsers. Again, like, there's the joy of, like, making the power fantasy, like, strong squad, and, like, again, I'm not gonna yuck anyone's yum. If that is bringing you joy and you find that that's fun, you should do it. Let's see if we can get Lars the Lunatic here. I guess not. He's gonna get away. Well, shoot. I guess he gets to get away. There's something almost gross about the idea of wanting to be a streamer for a living. You like people who stream it because they want to share their hobby or expertise, and it turns into a career, not people who do it in reverse. Yeah, I kind of agree, Sunflower Gaming. I mean, what's funny is, so even just like, again, I'm not relying on any streaming income to do anything substantial with. But my initial incentive for streaming was nothing more than I wanted to do my Winstreak series. Actually, it's how I was already playing the game. I was literally just wanting to make a living record of a thing I was doing anyway. And then incidentally, people who were watching got invested in the journey, which in retrospect makes sense. You know, there were people who were following along the Winstreak series, And, you know, obviously lovely people showed up, and I think I had some like really nice conversations with people, and, you know, whatever, domino effect. But regardless, like, my initial incentive had, I don't know, I was streaming just kind of like for proof of this thing I was doing. Whole bunch of tools from this camp, by the way. Clergy must prove. I mean, honestly, medieval man, honestly, all the streams that I was watching, I felt like there was something missing from like the knowledge in the zeitgeist of the Battle Brothers community. I kept feeling like I was fighting against a tide of darkness on Reddit and other places, and that there was information that was being peddled as common knowledge which was wrong, and I felt obligated that people understood spears could be effective. And it feels like such a petty and dumb thing. But I never said that I was a smart or whatever the opposite of petty is person. You actually plan on streaming professionally in the future, but only once you're financially retired? It'd be just for fun? I feel that, Rufin. It turns out I've really enjoyed streaming, like, and like the little community here, y'all are super lovely. Like, genuinely, it's been pretty great. And I've had some really great conversations. It's been a way of interacting and interfacing with people from other parts of the world that I don't normally get to talk to, which is really cool. You know, because it's pretty easy for me to just kind of be stuck in my bubble of only interacting with other people who, you know, I went to college with or things like that. And I have a very limited number of like perspectives in my regular day-to-day life. So. Also, Mana, that's cool that you went to be a programming instructor, again, because of similar frustrations. I mean, hey, spite and frustration are powerful motivators. Trying to prove you're right is not petty. People hate hearing they're wrong. That's right. And we are incredibly normal. Falsers, that's right. And not nerdy, no. Cool and normal. Cool and normal. You kind of want to try and set up a welding stream. You just don't know how to capture the actual weld. I don't know of any welding streams. I know there's like people who do... There's like an old... There's an old dude in Japan who does like Japanese like wood print, which is pretty cool. I have to imagine that there's maybe a similar type of audience for welding or other such activities. So you recently was watching some of my earlier streams and you've really come a long way. Way better sound quality and more of a streamlined operation. Oh, definitely. And so like, you know, my initial setup was just my like little blue Yeti, but I actually have, can I make it appear on, I can't, there's just outside of view of the camera. But I've got my like Rode NT1, my vocal mic that appears in like some of my musical content that I got working up with OBS. And I, you know, I've got experience with audio. I still don't think my audio is quite where I want it. Part of it is just the space, and part of it is just practicality. But I do have like a few plugins that just, you know, a limiter, a few like basic things that make the audio a little bit nicer for the stream. I also got like a light. And there's another lamp like over here that I think you can see the reflection of. And I think I've also improved it, managing, like interacting with people too. And the green screen window, you're right, yeah. I've got a very good green screen setup. You can hardly, you barely miss, you know, it's a very clean green screen. You can hardly see the outline, but it's obvious that it's there. The window's fake. Nerds don't have windows. That's ridiculous. You're so happy I'm a spear stan. You love your spear boys. At first you used them because you saw how effective they were at keeping you back, but then you hated them after realizing they destroy armor, but then you realized you can use them to start fights and zoning and finish fights with other weapons when you wanted. It's the spear cycle of Battle Brothers? Yes. They're pretty effective. Discovering quick hands being so good was nice. Oh, definitely. When you figure out just how good quick hands is, it's a game changer. Quick hands is a really strong perk. Honestly, anything that just improves your action economy, it's pretty hard to beat. You're totally not on the quick hands train. It's pretty good. I don't know. I don't think it's like necessary, and it's certainly not necessary on every brother. But there are definitely situations where it's good. You're too lazy to use quick hands? I mean, I will say the, oh, what mod is it? Let's see, extra keybinds? So the extra keybinds mod is really nice at making it a more pleasant experience. You build around weapons, so once you have your bro that's built around a specific weapon, you usually want him to use that weapon all the time. Yeah, and I think it depends too, right? Like the sword lands actually, so like, for example, on my bros with polearm mastery, I don't have quick hands. But the nice thing about polearm mastery is you can use the polearm and then switch to a different weapon, right? Actually, Battle Pashi's probably the bro I should give that longsword to. Actually, that is like the perfect item for him. Yeah, that... Zweihander? Okay. Anyway. Note for after this battle. Quick hands with the polearm mastery is fun for the extra step in the AP budget, yeah. When you're looking to really optimize your AP expenditure. All right, got them all running. All right, that was a pretty clean little fight. Shoink. Nice little pile of supplies. You love the military caravans. They're so good. So good. So let's leave behind a few more things. Some of these things that we're never going to use. I think that's good enough. Okay, so one thing I am going to do is equip this greatsword. here on Battle Pasha. I actually think that makes a lot of sense. Now that I kind of say it out loud. As I was describing situations where it could be good, this is like very specifically where it could be good. It's summer, we're drinking Arnold Palmers and eating BLTs. Oh man, that really is the perfect summer combination. It really is. Yeah, we do have a lot of shields. We probably have more shields than we need. I think we do. More than we need. Yeah. BLT discussions from the VODs making... Oh, BLTs are so good. They're like an S tier food. Though, like, the next level BLT is where instead of putting it in like a toaster, you just toast one side of the bun with a little bit of like butter or something on a pan, and you only toast the side that is closest to the insides. Otherwise you scratch up the roof of your mouth, and that sucks. So, yeah, and I think this first Havelberg company, this one definitely there's no reason for us to fight it, so we're not going to. I think we've got enough supplies, actually. We can start exploring maybe some new areas of the tundra, and maybe we can loop up here, make sure that the icy cave isn't up here in this area, and then just sort of carve through. I think that makes sense. That's a good path for us. BLT only works if you have slab bacon. Well, I mean, I think you can use thin bacon, you just have to get it crispy, which is not how I prefer it generally, but for a BLT you kind of need to. All right, so we're going to take on this game. Let's get there before this. Okay, good. Place near your house makes crazy good Cubanos. Think you're gonna go there tonight? Ooh, hell yeah. Good choice. Need the world's most expensive toaster from Japan, the Mitsubishi bread oven toaster? Interesting. So I am curious, so actually, something I've been thinking in the back of my mind, but thinking about, but not in a way where I'm ready to actually engage in a conversation about it, though I suppose I'm kind of opening the door right now. I have had a few pretty, like, I'm not interested in this opportunities for sponsorships. They hound little tiny streamers with terrible, like, would you like to exploit the 3 people that are watching you type offers that I just ghost. I don't even reply. What would be the perception if there was something, for example, like a game I was gonna play anyway, and I took a sponsored stream? How would people feel about that? I'm curious. Because on one hand, I actually really like one of my favorite streamers, because I'm happy to just stan other people, is Dolphin Chemist. And one of his personal philosophies is just like, this is an unsponsored, everything's always unsponsored. And I actually really like that. And I wouldn't feel like he sold out exactly, like if he did something different. But I appreciate that. So I don't know. Sponsored Menace stream Pog? I mean, 100% you okay with it, make your money. That's fine, you get that money. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you're gonna do it anyway, you can only say how dumb not to take it, it's free cash, and you're still gonna watch you play stuff. How's that not a win-win? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my thought. If the game fits the vibe of the stream, it's cool, you know what we're here for. Use code SLURG420 for 69% off your next order of the Run paperback and audiobook combo, now with Strange Meat and War Dog, a collectible. How would Big Swordlands feel if you got sponsored by... Well, luckily, in the contract for Big Swordlands, it's non-exclusive. I made sure that that was in the contract, you know, as written. So, yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, anyway, I won't necessarily spoil anything, but I literally intend on reaching out to Iron Gate. Or Iron Gate? What's the name of the publisher for Overhype? Not Iron Gate. Boy, now this isn't looking good. Hooded Horse. Iron Gate is Valheim. Anyway, I was planning on literally reaching out to Hooded Horse and being like, hey, I'm going to play this game anyway. And I know that, and I'm not gonna lie about that. Right? But, you know, it does foster like a sense of goodwill, I guess, towards their people who are gonna play their games. Like there's some win-win to it, even if I'm gonna play the game anyway. But I've thought about reaching out to them. Sponsored Menace stream would totally make sense. I mean, I think so too. Will I retain full rights to say whatever I want? I mean, so that's the thing about sponsorships. I actually think the way it works, at least to my understanding, in the US, and I don't know how much this, I don't know how messy this gets internationally or whatever, but in the US, I think it's pretty strict that, like, if you're getting paid or you get anything free, you must say that that happened, right? It's pretty explicit, and I think that's good. So if I took a sponsorship and they were paying me or providing the game for free or offered literally anything, I would have to and want to disclose it. Now, I would want to personally be objective as much as I could, but it's kind of like, you know, doctors who are taken out to eat by a pharmaceutical company. Sure, they might say, I'm gonna remain impartial, but when someone's paying you, it changes the dynamic. It changes the dynamic, it just does, right? So I would give my opinion, but I'd make it clear, I'm being paid, if I was being paid, you know. You write game reviews for a newspaper and always disclose if you get the game for free? Yeah, I think you like literally have to, right? And I think that's good practice. Like, I actually think that's a great law and should be the case. But being able to give your own opinion depends on the sponsor. Some of them don't allow it, some of them allow whatever. Yeah, so I think for me, I would make it clear that I am going to give whatever opinion that I want to give. But if they're paying me, like, there's an incentive for me to be nice. Just, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna, believe me, I have no intentions of, I just personally couldn't do it. My wife laughs that when we went to cancel our cable subscription, I was unable to lie to them to say that I had never had their service before. Because I technically had at a different address. And she's like, just, you don't have to, like, what's wrong with you? You don't have to be honest with the fucking utility. We're just trying to get a deal. So, I don't know. Don't you have to use the sponsor tag on Twitch anyway? Yeah, I would. I'd use like hashtag ad and whatever. So, but yeah, Giant Spruce, to answer Giant Spruce's question from a while ago. What? What is the command? Isn't it runs? Oh, okay. There it goes. You can see the full list there. So you're kind of giving like innocent Mormon energy? I know. I don't mean to. I just like, I don't know. He is a true servant of the run. His faith is pure and honest. I mean, I'm no saint. Want to hear Father Falser's reading? Upgrade now. Yes. So, anyway, yeah, just something I've been thinking about in the back of my mind. Get that NASCAR deal, 50% off on subs. Manscaped, here we come. But I've had random, like, and some of them are, like, people who have small businesses who have reached out and been like, hey, I'm starting, like, a little sticker decal company, and, you know, here's what's in it for you, here, you know, whatever, etc. And they are people who actually, honestly, I know were watching the stream at least a little bit to make it clear that, like, they referenced something that happened in the stream. Right. Or like one of them was like, hey, I watched your music video for Battles of Weissenhaven, or Alleys of Weissenhaven. You know, I dabble in classical guitar. It's really cool, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know. And I do have a, you know, people have got that kind of hustle spirit of like trying to make a living doing whatever. I've got some, you know, I want them to succeed too. They're great at soaking. I remember when I learned what soaking was, and I thought that was the funniest thing ever. Because it is. Time to make a game and rope me in to be a sponsor stream. Only speaking good of it. You will have the Run1 Battle Pass, $1,000 per reading unlocked. Oh man. Well, if you ever do make a game, Mana, I would be happy to play it. I mean, I get the impression you are actually working on one. And I know, for example, like, again, this person is not asking me to say this, but like, you know, someone who hangs out here sometimes, D&Dice, that is just like the name of their company. And so like, their username is their product, which honestly, hey, I appreciate, I genuinely like admire like the kind of hustle there. And I looked at their shop page. They didn't ask me to, I just did it because I was like, why did I do it? I think there was a reason. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And I was like, oh wow, this is like really cool stuff. Like actually cool product. And I just like, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, so if you want D&D dice, he hangs around. Seems like a cool bloke, or whatever the Brits say to each other. Answer, yes, not shit, so he is here. Okay. Paid Chatter 9 coming out of the woodwork. Yeah, Paid Chatter 9. God. Anyway. Shit. Can never have too many dice. I mean, right? Like I got these crappy things. You've all seen this set. These ones. The autofocus probably doesn't do a good job. But like, you know, they work well enough. And yes, they are on my desk. But yeah, I've been to like plenty of like craft shows and stuff where the overlap is my wife wants to go to the craft show and then she's looking at like candles and knitted little cat sweaters and stuff. And I go straight to people who are making like 3D models and like, you know, custom D&D dice sets and stuff like that. It's very funny. You literally just arrived, you swear? No, I believe you. Anyway. Yeah. Hashtag, to be clear, again, because I was talking about how strict the rules are, not sponsored. This is just a statement Slurgy wanted to make. All right, and I think I do still take like this fight because I think these are tools positive for us. So let's just pass the full first round. $404 out of 554 gigabytes successfully copied. That's not bad. Better than it could be. Tonight's stream sponsored by Big Sword Lance. Use code MELONMUGGER to get 30% off your first Sword Lance. They know that once you get that first taste of Sword Lance, you will be unable to resist further Sword Lance acquisitions. We say it's okay for Slurgy to do sponsors, monkeys, paw curls, and bots return to chat. Oh god. Yeah. You know, I also learned that much like, you know, there's like vultures to really small streamers. Well, I should probably do aim shot only. I think I want to save ammo here. The bot problem partially is only due to like stream size. So when I was having problems with bots, it was when the stream was like teeny tiny and not very many people were here. It's so insidious. I wonder how paid Chatter9 is doing these days. It's so fucking funny. It was also one of those things where, you know, it was like stream of conscious. I was reading their message, and then as I was like reading their username after reading their message, I think I started like laughing or whatever, realizing the implications of their very nice message. Ah, shit. You love to see it patent pending. Actually, also, on a related note, I kind of came to realize, I think, again, to stand people that whose content I enjoy. I was watching a streamer who I've enjoyed for a while, who plays a game that I was playing a while ago and just kind of fell off, but still enjoy keeping up with it. The Bazaar, I was watching Time for Miracle. He's been here before too. Anyway, he's a great streamer. Shout out Time for Miracle. Anyway, he said you love to see it in some stream, and I was like, oh shit, did I accidentally copy that? Like genuinely accidentally copy that from him? I think he says that. Not that it's not a common enough phrase, but I think that might be where I picked it up anyway. But it's mine now. You love to see it. You heard Day9 say you love to see it for a decade? Ooh, okay. That might be where I got it, because I watched a lot of Day9. Man, the Day9 Daily way back in the day, legend. Absolutely legendary. Just so good. So good. So good. I miss the Day9 Daily. That was like such a great era. Day9's your GOAT? Yeah. I know one of their like family friends, which is very funny. Someone who like goes to, I don't know him well, but someone who like, you know, goes to see him on like Thanksgiving and stuff. Do you play the Bazaar? Seems up your alley. I've played it. I'm not keeping up with it. I don't know that I'm going to keep up with it either. But I did play it and enjoyed it. So. I'm glad to know that you love to see it is, anyway. It is a common phrase, I suppose. You love to see it. I think it's fair to announce that for the situation. Trademark pending, yes. I'll do my best to get the lockdown on You Love to See It. That way it can be mine, you know? I want it, I should have it. That's how that works. Alright, so yeah, like I said, Tool's positive fight, so that's why I really wanted to take it. Even the kettle hat, like, this is kind of a unique -6 fatigue. You don't see those too often. There's not too many other efficient headpieces with that specific number, so I am going to grab it. Music and sound design is a weak point though, so who knows, maybe you'll dive into that someday. Well, Mana, for what it's worth, I have done music and sound design for... Actually, hold up. Let's just... I'll just... Why not? I'm here. This is my stream. The first 2 video links on that page, those were originally, they had no audio whatsoever. So 100% of the sound you hear there was my addition when trying to get jobs doing sound and music for games, and it's just so competitive and so hard. But I really love audio, as is maybe obvious. So, yeah, it's not sponsored, it's just mine, right? Anyway, yeah, the music and sound effects and everything are 100% my addition. And yes, I did line up via the video every single sword swing in the little demo for the game Thistle. You're playing Mechabellum with your spouse as we speak? Lovely. It's cute. Yeah, hashtag self-ad, I guess. You know what's funny is, hypothetically, what if I had an LLC, like Scott Pennick Sound? Let's say that existed. Would it still be hashtag ad if I included something from an LLC under a different context? Like if I had 2 businesses? Maybe I'm thinking way too hard about something that's completely irrelevant, but I wonder if legally you'd have to disclose you are advertising for a different entity. Probably. You would have to disclose you owned it. Right. Yeah. Huh. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I think you would have to, right? Never had me as a Scot? Yeah, well. Governments don't tend to care until it comes to tax treatment. Yeah, fair enough. Actually, it's really funny on the topic of the name Scott, like looking up the popularity of that name is really funny to me. Because it has fallen off a cliff. Nobody is naming their kids Scott these days. As a baby name, it's like dead. So what that means is that my name is going to be an old person's name. I would say in the future, but it like probably kind of already is. You made this a night while watching Slurgy. R.I.P. Link. You. You're one of the 13s. You can share the link now. Okay, many thralls, a few beastmasters, and a few armored unholds. This fight isn't too bad. We can do this one. The armored unholds are kind of a pain. I actually think the spears may as well just get replaced already for this fight. I don't think the spears are what we want to use here. I think I'm just going to equip hammers? Maybe mace. Let's just go mace. No shinies today. Not yet. Maybe there'll be one here. Hey, good night, Light Switch 21. So yeah, I don't think there's any other things I want to change up here. Although maybe... let's put some heavier armor on like boilerplate. Is the thing you did while watching Slurgy? Oh, dude, that's lovely. That's wonderful. That's great. I love good pixel art. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that a lot. Seems the first game you did music for did Poof. Oh, like the little thing we did for a game jam? Yeah, and I've done... For what it's worth, you can if you search real hard, you can find my credits. Credits of me playing... you can hear my guitar in some games. It's out. They're out there. They happened. Alright, so let's get like Disco Nick here. We can give the Chaucer a slightly easier time jumping over to engage this unhold there. And then I think I'm gonna boilerplate. Maybe just go like here. Does the Quick Hands perk let you drop and pick up weapons for free? Yeah, it does actually. It does. You feel a headache coming on? Time for you to go to bed? Well, good night, chaotic girl, Libby. Wolf girl. Wolf girl. Slurgy music credits, Tommy Tallarico, Shirley. Oof.wave. Slurgy did the Frogger OST. Not that old. How did the three escape a URL? It's That's a good question. Maybe he's just typing stuff. That's one of the downsides is if you do something that's dot delimited, sometimes that will get interpreted as a URL. Which, for what it's worth, does like make sense, but... Yeah, so I don't think I want to push Last Guardian up, actually. Maybe just to... I don't know. Maybe just to here. Oof, period, MP3. Yeah. There it is. Cute. I mean, full stop. British, I get it. That's weird to see it written out as full stop to me, though. I understand that's literally just your word for that piece of punctuation. Still funny to see. Also, I meant to do the round swing there. Roblox oof.mp3. There it is. It's because .mp is a valid URL suffix. Is that a country code? Or like is code even the right word? Still don't know what a Roblox is? Some people only have a Roblox girlfriend, I know that. Yeah, I think, yeah, biggest game in the world, right? Somebody doesn't have little children in their life. Very popular amongst, you know, the youth. So if you want to be able to do a good how do you do fellow kids, Roblox. That's your ticket. Lua is one of the coolest languages of all time. Why is that? What makes Lua so cool? Just that it's so like easy to implement in within other contexts, or here we go. The runtime is incredibly tiny, and yet the performance is incredible. I actually have not done any. I don't think I've done any Lua scripting. I've looked at Lua scripts to debug stuff, and that's it. Okay. Wow, look at all these tools. I love barbarian camps. They're so good. So easy for them to just have loads of tools. All right, so unequipping the spears to equip other stuff has made us need to offload some stuff. So I don't think we need all these sipars. I am still going to keep the kite shields. I think... I mean, am I? Even against goblins, I probably just still equip one kite shield and leave the others as sipars. Why do I have this two-handed scimitar? I don't need that. Thing sucks. Word of advice, if you want to do orc camps, keep the Sipars. You had 8 stacked. Yeah, I mean, that is what I was thinking. That is the reason I'm keeping them, is just as replacements. I can always come back to get more from nomads, though. But I understand the... And that's kind of why I'm keeping them. I still have a decent number. Chaining the orc sea tents now. I mean, that makes sense. And I could see where they'd be quite profitable, but I think we're okay. We have so many spare fighting spears. You also have the Guilders. I mean, no, not technically. We have Gunther the Grinning's Bulwark. It looks a lot like the Guilder's Embrace, but is not. It has durability that's awfully damn high. So... But yeah, I think being nervous about letting your kid play Roblox is healthy and probably wise. I'll say that. Oh, local man misses the light portion of message. Oh, true. You did say light. You did say that. I don't mean to misrepresent. Also, I can equip this, like, full quiver. Will I receive a 14th row? I don't know, will I? Maybe eventually. You grew up using the internet and ended up a fairly stable and well-adjusted individual. You're very cool and normal, I would say so. I mean, I will say this. You know, it's tough because I grew up at a time where a lot of my friends' parents restricted them quite heavily on things just because they didn't understand it. Which, again, I don't think is necessarily wrong, but I will credit my whole arc of my life that has been pretty good, I'm pretty happy with it, to the fact that I spent an awful lot of time playing video games and doing things that were not considered a productive use of my time that actually did serve me well as I grew older. So, I don't know. My parents were very laissez-faire. Like, do what you want. Which, for me, worked out great. What games did I play as a youth? A lot of StarCraft. A lot of StarCraft. Okay, so we've got a Necromancer and a bunch of fallen heroes. So we'll have to take this camp seriously. I'm wondering if we can just blow this guy up. Probably can. You remember missing the bus to play Brood War? You did it right then. Last day in Japan. No, we're definitely not going to take out this zombie. Definitely, probably. I don't have a good angle to shoot him here. Oh, the head hits. That's a lot of ghosts too. So let's run the Chaucer up. Try to get him a little further forward. So then maybe... Disco Nick then should... Oh, maybe he can keep holding off the top side. Especially if we run the Chaucer up in. Yeah. Roblox is not just a game, it's a game as a service, and it's targeted to the young ones, predatory business shit. You'd bet you would not have had such an easy time learning to code without having been addicted to games since being a child, and playing this many, as your girlfriend calls them, boomer games. It must have helped you with an understanding of organizing things and keeping multiple concepts in your head at a time. Yeah, definitely. And I think like how games work is in some ways a natural extension of how computers work. I think that's just true. I don't have a good explanation for why that's true, but I believe that it is. StarCraft was your first game ever. You remember the mouse being too big for your Wii hands? That is so cute. Back in the day when it was all ball mice? Oh man. Also, I love that that specific story is coming from Firebat Bob. That's wonderful. Just like username matching activity. Alright, I think I'm gonna shield wall and then try to get in the face of this fallen hero. Oh, man. What were the hit chances there? 5? Wow, they hit 2 5% in a row. I mean, I shield walled specifically so that couldn't happen. Well, that's disappointing. Oh yeah, having to take the ball out and use your nail to scrape off the crust that would build up on the inside plastic wheel? Yes. Yes. Or hiding the thing from your brother to piss him off during his 2-hour turn on the PC. Oh yeah. I've also kind of thought about, like, just being a little introspective about, since that's apparently the theme for the stream, like streaming in general. I was thinking how much my own motivations for wanting to watch a stream are to kind of emulate the experience of sharing the PC with my siblings. You know? Not because I wanted to share it, but like watching someone else play kind of got ingrained into how I use a computer a little bit. And the joy I find from watching a stream is kind of like watching my older brother play Heroes of Might and Magic, or my younger sister play, you know, Natural Selection or whatever. Alright, I hope this fallen hero with the big spooky weapon... Nah, we don't care what he does now. I was gonna say, I hope he doesn't make it through and get some big chunkin' attacks. We don't want it. Years ago, when people questioned why you would want to watch someone play video games, you would tell them that you've done that all your life. Going over to your friend's house and sitting on the bed watching him play Final Fantasy VII, same thing, so I get that. Yeah, exactly. Yep. But yeah, I sort of like, you know, I was thinking about my own stream a little bit, and then like, there was a little bit almost, I don't know, like self-doubt of like, why would anyone watch this? And I was like, well, I watch plenty of Twitch. Why do I do it? And that's where I kind of had my, I won't say epiphany. I mean, something I feel like I kind of knew, but the more I thought about it, it did start to really make sense. Gotta take care of the ghosts. Yeah, I know. We do. We do. We'll get there. You think you get as much out of watching someone else play games as sitting and playing them yourself? As long as they're half decent or very, very bad at it. Day9 played Kerbal Space Program once and you've never laughed so hard in your life. Yeah. Well, that's the thing too, is like a lot of the streamers I enjoy are like, someone else used this term and I really liked it. Professor streamers. Like, I like watching people who are really good at something or really bad. That also works. Feels so weird when a streamer you enjoy plays a game you're good at and they're totally fumble. Yeah. Yes. It does feel weird. And you're like, come on, just do the thing better. Do the thing better. I know that feeling. I get that feeling. Professor Baylor Lord? Yeah, exactly. I've professed my enjoyment of Baylor Lord in the past. And chat, that's how no backseating babies are born. Watching Sturgy play XCOM hurt your soul? Right. Yeah. Understandably. It hurt mine too. It was so bad. You were watching someone play Battle Bros the other day and he was like, oh cool, this guy will be my archer. It was like a peddler with 32 attack but 3 stars and you were like, no! Right. Yep. You enjoy watching games. Let's see. I agree. I'm generally only entertained by people better than you are at a game unless there's a personality higher in the entertainment repertoire. Yeah, agreed, Falsers. Nah, I mean, usually, I suppose. You enjoy watching others play games where they engage with the game to a point, but you don't. But being able to also comment on it. Like in this case, you are running the run, but you also give input in chat. You're putting in way more into the game than you are, but you get to enjoy all the benefits of this emotional dopamine roller coaster. Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, that was another one of my realizations when I was like, oh, like, I accidentally, again, thinking about the Winstreak series, like I accidentally created a narrative arc for people to follow. Maybe accidentally isn't quite the right way to put it, but you know what I mean. Like, that wasn't my original intent. I just wanted to play the game the way I liked to play it. I don't enjoy people better than me. You enjoy the stream. Brig if true. For viewers, there's the element of uncertainty, like watching a NASCAR wondering if there's going to be a bad crash. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too, is like, there were lots of situations in the Winstreak series that like, it didn't always go well. Goblin City was a fantastic episode, right? Left to die, yes. The Chaucer can make a claim on the left to die. Yeah. Okay, Disco Nick rallied, but I don't know, I guess I'm maybe try to go for a Geist attack next round and just go up here. So let's get some of these bros over here to deal with this Geist. Can't have him attack Aesthetic Gabe again. So do you realize your new narrative is no loss no matter the game, that the run transcends game titles? Oh no. Like for everything? Because that kind of asks a lot out of a person. Ruh-roh. Didn't realize what I had done. Have I set myself up as a no loss only streamer on accident? A Lemmings no loss run would be a challenge. I think there's a handful of missions? Maps? I don't know what the word would be. But there are some of them where you have to lose lemmings. It's required. It's sad. Let's see, do we still have? We do have one arrow in the quiver. Alright, let's try to get Boilerplate to attack this Geist. Did you know the whole Lemmings mass suicide thing was made up in a 70s documentary? Interesting. So like, the whole gameplay loop was based on something made up, basically. And it was Disney? Classic. The ghost of Robert Iger. You know, the Chaucer has no risk of dying. I should probably just be attacking with him. Good. Got one of those Geists. That's good. The producers literally pushed a whole bunch of lemmings to their death for the documentary. Okay, that's terribly sad. Sturgy, have you ever played or watched FTL? I think you would love it. No, I've not answered that question, and I have played FTL, and I think it's a great game. Let me put it this way. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? But yes, FTL is a great game. Gula! Yes, yes, okay. Cynicism and disbelief and the all-knowing, you know. Whatever, yeah. Excellent impression of an impression. You are meta now? Oh my god, I've done it. Cultured DC reference. Well, thank you, Time for Miracle. What's meta, like grand meta? Grand Theft meta? Meta cubed? Suddenly it's a Zuckerberg product. I don't know if we'll ever hit these Geists. Turns out when your squad has no accuracy, it's really hard to hit the enemy. Fun fact. And another Slurgy prediction falls flat. As it does. Low stats bro's bad? I know. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. But it's true. The game is substantially harder when your whole squad kind of sucks. Oh, actually, you know what? Killing that zombie was kind of a bad thing. Because now that this Necro is fleeing, this fallen hero is gonna actually like activate and do something. Accuracy, smaccuracy, just don't get hit. True. Just don't get hit. The game becomes surprisingly easy if you simply don't get hit. Are there any legendary locations that have savants? Yes, Black Monolith has Necro savants. I think that's the only one, though. I'm like 95% sure. The historically accurate run, all bros have shitty stats and some are dying to some random bone disease, another is stupid and so on. Yeah. The true peasant militia. I was gonna move Aesthetic Gabe forward, but he's, I don't know, all his armor got destroyed. Kinda don't want to. Can move Insane Killer in though. I think that's fine. Kraken Goblin City Monolith. Yeah, that's probably... I think the tricky thing about defining difficulty is that, like, they ask different things out of your company, so the answer of what is most difficult is somewhat dependent on, like, other factors. You having a hell of a time with Goblin City? Yeah, Goblin City's... it's a hell of a fight. It really is. Goblin City, there's just a lot of goblins. And there's a handful of different ways to do it, and there's ways to kind of build your company around being able to do it cleanly. Adrenaline is actually huge there. Adrenaline sword lances, it's pretty effective against the old goblins in Goblin City. You can put ranged bros in front, which will bait the AI into moving like aggressively, especially with their wolf riders, like early. Basically, you want the combat to start as soon as possible because you don't want them to wear you down with the shamans rooting everyone. And you'll also need to kind of be mindful of where the shamans are able to root, and you always attack at night. Yeah, unethical terrain obviously is a huge help as well. Goblin City is one I'm mildly worried, you know, in this run. Mildly worried about. Yeah, if you just spawn on a huge hill. God, was it my Lone Wolf run? I think it was. It was either Lone Wolf or Gladiators. It was one of the later ones in the Winstreak series where I spawned on the like on a mountain, and the goblins were in a valley. It was incredibly unethical. Anatomists just watched. Okay, I think it happened more than once then, because I want to say it was one of the ones that was like late in the streak. Probably also Anatomist though. I mean that sounds right. All right, we'll take on this little group of barbs. Making use of all our different types of attacks. Is the doggo still alive? Yes! The Chaucer is currently holding on to Warrior the Warhound. Warrior, of course, lives on. Not just in our hearts, but also, like, on the battlefield. So we want to keep the doggo alive for the Barbarian Madman fight. He's a handy little companion for that fight specifically. One of the goofy things about the Barbarian Madman is they kind of model him after a Barbarian Chosen, but one little quirk is they did not give him Underdog, even though Barbarian Chosen normally have Underdog. So by putting a dog next to him, you can increase your hit chance by 5%. He also has, I think, 5 less melee defense, if I recall correctly. Because Chosen have 15, I think he has 10? Don't quote me on that. Those numbers might be wrong. Well, no, they must be right. Chosen definitely have 15, and he definitely has less, and it can't be more than 5. You can quote me on that, I think. I hope? Those are probably right. Upon further reflection, feel free to quote me. Let the dog go, Slurgy. The doggo is our friend. Warrior the Warhound. right here. Any new named items today? No. Alright, Disco Nick has gained a swag level. Definitely going to be pumping Resolve on this brother. Though I could maybe be convinced to do like a little bit more Fatigue. Probably just Resolve is better though. Next event when? Could be any time now. I must have missed the last one. Was there one after the one that happened on 107? Madman has plus 30 hit points, plus 5 melee skill, minus 5 melee defense. Okay. Okay, so I was right. He has 5 less melee defense. How did we find the second loot? I think it was Lost Guardian's lucky trait. We just found it on the snow. The first one was the traveling troop. No, we lost our starting loot by giving like a peasant the power of music, but we found one to a traveling troop and we found a second to like just laying around in the snow. And Madman counts as a beast fight? Yes, which is a very cool piece of, you know, storytelling through gameplay. Snowy Road close by? Yes, however, because this town is hostile, I'm pretty sure we won't be able to get the event. This might still be too close to a hostile. Well, maybe not. Maybe this is far enough away. I'm not sure. How snowy does the Snowy Road need to be? There needs to be snow. Alright, considering this is only zombies, we'll just let them move forward in their first round. And then we'll set up our spear walls, as you do. Your current game only has 1 inch of road in full snow. That should be enough then. I mean, it doesn't have to be like a long stretch. It's just like on that specific hex. Is there snow, basically? Your run doesn't have any road with snow? Yeah, I mean, so we got lucky with the Kingsguard. It is not... It is a very low score event. Run 28, my heart. Anyway, yeah, like, it's nice to be able to farm for it, and I'm very happy that we got it, but like, you shouldn't count on it. Also the fact that there's just a lot of events on roads in general. So like we hit a bunch of them when we were trying to farm for it. And when it actually procced, I wasn't really looking for it in that moment. Like not that exact moment anyway. Your map is so poor in so many ways. I mean, the biggest downside, or the thing that would be the worst, is actually like a city that's jutting out into the wilderness, which I think you mentioned you have on your seed. The bigger the wilderness area, or like the further retreated towns are, the better you're going to be able to farm fancy, shiny named items. That's exactly what you have? Yeah, that sucks. How many events are in the pool when so many cities are hostile with us? What do you mean by that question? There's a number of events that require a non-hostile city. Is that kind of what you're talking about? From your limited non-scientific testing, proccing events in the same place reduces the pool of events over time. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, MetaWrecker, right? Because a lot of events have a cooldown. Most events have a cooldown, nearly all of them, and some of their cooldowns are really long because the game designers basically were like, we only want you to see this once. And so that's true. If you get a bunch of, you know, when I talk about things polluting the event pool, like road events, That's true, but if you've seen a bunch of them, they're not going to be in the pool. Yeah, you can shift the event queue in your favor by, like, yeah, by trying to get, like, a specific type of bro, which I suppose is basically what happened with the Kingsguard. Like, I was trying to farm for that bro and ended up just proccing all the other events that can happen on a road. And in that specific constraint, right? Whatever other things, you know, road in the top whatever percent of the map and blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of them have a variety of different conditional requirements. Yeah, staying in the same kind of tile set means most of the events associated with that tile set will accumulate cooldowns, right? Didn't proc Barbarian on the road? True. And that one has a higher score than the Kingsguard, if I recall correctly. Kingsguard is a score of like 5, and the Barbarian on the road is... Oh, maybe it was also 5. I wrote it down. It's actually in the pinned comment on the Discord. I think it is actually also 5. Yeah, it's also 5? Okay. The Barbarian was the first and only recruitment event. I mean, that's a pretty dang good one, though. Like, and your Barbarian that you picked up is really strong. Right, he's got really good talent stars and pretty good stats. He's a big, strong boy. Yeah, I saw the poor melee attack, but realistically, if you're going for like a strong late game bro, you care more about their melee defense anyway, for like late game viability. So, not that you don't still want melee skill, you definitely do. But melee defense is definitely a premium stat for late game brothers. There's a reason sword masters are so ding dang good. Fat newts can hardly be accused of not putting in work. Exactly. Pretty strong build. Pretty strong. Even though it is, for whatever reason, the most maligned and hated of all builds. You picked up a 72 melee attack with 2-star, 5 melee defense, 2-star belly dancer on day 4 of your gladiator run. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, cute little camp. No damage taken. We got a swag level on Lost Guardian. And let's see. Lost Guardian, I think, is the spear bro where we're probably just gonna pump up his fatigue a bit. I could also be convinced to increase his hit points up to something divisible by 4. I think that would be fine. So that would mean... bringing him up to 68. I also kind of feel like Resolve is just such a good stat the longer the campaign goes. Maybe I just do that. We're approaching the 1/3 mark of the targeted days run, only 12 days-ish left, and the run lives strong. It does. Yeah, I think we're doing well to hit that target of 365 for sure. the team is definitely strong. So I'm going to clear these areas a bit more, okay, a bit more thoroughly, because I want to make sure we don't miss the icy cave. Okay, Lost Guardian has procced an event. It's not a very exciting one. It is a butcher, you know, spending a little quality time with the company dog. Okay. Yeah, Colossus and Fort Mine both give an extra point with numbers divisible by 4. Exactly. All right, so I like putting up those points on swag levels. In this case, we would need to do 3 more points in hit points to bump him up to 85. So anyway, last event, day 112. Let's see, so I guess we'll travel through this chunk of forest and kind of remember we did it, and then we'll just explore down here and then sweep up here. Seems okay. We might run into some barbarian camps like in the forest as well. So it's not like fruitless to pass through it. Registered Linux developer. Zigzag pattern or straight to the corner? I mean, first we're going to explore all of the regular snowy plains. We don't need to try to zigzag through forest yet. I had to do it in a bunch of the Winstreak runs where I wasted like, boy, there was one run, might have even been Anatomists. There was one run where I had to travel through so much forest looking for the barbarian madman. And it's not like it was a requirement of the run, I just wanted it. No other reason. Well, I mean, and I wanted it because it's good, right? Like I didn't want it because, like, no reason. So, I mean, just in general, the Barbarian Madman fight is just... Getting the armor of the Idrok is just so good for Monolith specifically because you give it to your tank, right? And being able to give your tank the Idrok armor means that the miasma doesn't cause them to have such a strict timer, basically. Only cool and normal Briggies permitted? Yes. How far away from the next retinue? It's a good question. Not too far. If we can get this ambition completed, we'll basically be there. Okay. All right, there's the icy cave. We found it. Let's see. All right, so as previously mentioned, I did do a bunch of analysis on the Discord asking the what if question for Disco Nick. I'm gonna urinate, and then we're gonna think about whether I want to do it now or whether I want to wait. So I'll be back in just a second. All right, I've returned. Okay, so my conclusions on the Discord, again, I guess maybe no conclusions, but some of the math that I ran was with this armor setup on this brother against a non-famed, you know, rusty cleaver, is that this bro would survive for 8.32 hits on average, or 8.33. I guess I should round if I'm gonna limit my figures. If I changed his setup to this, it would be 5.73. So, you know, 2.5 extra hits. Conclusions on the Discord, checks Discord messages. Yeah, I mean, I just ran some numbers, right? The reason we might want to run the nimble setup is that this lets us spear wall for longer, or more notably, we can spear wall, we can use Gunther the Grinning's Bulwark, and we can spear wall and shield push, which is very relevant, right? So we can either get 9 total spear walls, and this is with a pocket bonk, right? And the way I'm running this math is the first spear wall costs 23, and then all the subsequent ones cost 8. 8 is coming from 23 minus 15. So we regenerate 15, spear wall costs 23, so we accumulate 8 additional fatigue every turn after the first. Anyway, so to give a little more context for the numbers, you can either do 9 spear walls or 3 spear walls and 1 shield push. Excuse me, 6 spear walls and 1 shield push, 3 spear walls and 2 shield pushes. And if we don't put the pocket bonk, that lets us do basically like 1 more spear wall. And we will kill the barbarian madman in like 7 to 8 spear walls with a fighting spear, if it is either double gripped or we have mushrooms. So don't forget the dog. Yeah, but the dog doesn't really change anything. The dog's damage is really minimal. The dog's contribution is mostly only, you know, all right, the guy, you know, the barbarian madman made an attack, or like, you know, made it through. We put down the dog, then we attack, kind of thing. What about the fat impact from being hit? Yeah, so that throws it off, right? If the barbarian madman makes it through in the first 2 turns and swings at us, even if he misses, that does accumulate some fatigue, and so that would mess with those numbers. So LOL robot is correct. There is an impact there. I kind of feel like the best way of doing this, or the safest way, I think, would be just to simply go in like this. Just like this. Now, would I want to include the mushrooms? The mushrooms is definitely only upside while we are still holding him off with the fighting spear. He has quick hands now. We don't have quick hands. No quick hands. So the other way we could do it would be like this, right? So with 54 fatigue though, we're never gonna get any shield wall like pushes. The only thing that the shield provides us is just extra defense once he first gets through. So that's pretty minimal. Yeah, so our accuracy for melee skill only needs to be up to 85. So at 85, we're gonna have a 95% hit chance against him because he's got 10 melee defense. Right, so as soon as you've got 85 melee skill, you're good. You get a 95% hit chance against the barbarian madman. The downside then, of course, is with the 2-handed spiked mace, even when we put down Warrior the Warhound, like, we're not going to have a 95% hit chance. Hitting him with the two-handed spike mace is going to save us from, you know, damage in return because of the dazed status effect. So it's pretty important that we hit. It's pretty important that we hit. Kingdom for a buckler? Yeah, actually. If we had a buckler, I don't know, would I still even use it? Probably not. Probably not. I think we'd rather get the double grip damage bonus. If you have 50 melee skill and he has 50 melee defense, your hit chance would be 5%. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I don't know. I think this is probably the setup we would want to do. I guess the question is, you know, we don't have any mushrooms right now. How much do I care about that? Not that much. And this is, honestly, right now, this is already really quite safe. Another alternative is we could put on a full helm to get like an additional 9 durability on the helmet for the cost of 6 fatigue. I don't think that's worth. So yeah, I mean the mushrooms, though the downside is of course as soon as he gets through he gets to attack with more accuracy. 37 is pretty good. His melee skill is, I think it's 80, or is it 85? I ran the numbers actually just earlier. It must be, his melee skill must be, let's see. Hit chance against us, I put 44%. Wait a minute, is that with the shield? Oh, and wait. Oh, okay, I see, because I used to, when I ran the numbers, it was when he had 36. Yeah, okay. So, Does the Madman have any base damage additions like Hedge Knights? He does not, but he does have a named weapon, and so that adds some variance, right? So he has the weapon that you eventually get from him. We could also carry another fighting spear in case this one loses all its durability. Honestly, by the time it loses all of its durability is around the time when it kind of doesn't matter that much. Right, so if he makes it through and it breaks, we might rather be able to do it for longer than the 5 fatigue from having things in our pocket. I mean, right now this looks pretty likely to succeed. These armors are really good. We've got a 95% chance on the spear wall. We should be able to hold him off for, on average, 20 different attempts at trying to get in. Of course, it could be faster that he makes it through. It could be, he could make it through on the first, first time he tries to move into melee contact, which would be unfortunate, but of course possible. But even in that situation, our chance of winning is pretty high. Our mood is eager. It used to be euphoric a little bit ago, but we had a lull in the action. We aren't going to pick up very many things that make this much easier. The only thing that would make this substantially easier would be like a proper bonk, a proper two-handed mace. But those are pretty hard to come by. It's too bad our Hedge Knight friend that we saw earlier didn't have one. So, I don't know. I think our chance of success is like really, really high. Is it high enough? I mean, it's really high. It's really, really high. The nice thing about having this extra fatigue too is when he does get through the next round. So like once he makes it through and I switch to the spiked mace, at the start of the next round, I will be able to put the war dog down and attack, which will be really nice. Will it ever be higher meaningfully? Not really. The big thing that would make a big difference would be a proper mace, but like, those are hard to come by actually. So yeah, I think doing it like this. So again, the Barbarian Madman would have would be able to kill us in 8.33 hits on average. That's quite a few hits at a reasonably low hit chance. And it would be lower. Seriously, no shield? Oh yeah, seriously, no shield. Big balls? I mean, it's just better, right? So the other alternative, the other, like, that I do think is a potentially valid option would be this setup, right? So this is substantially more fatigue. And with this, we're able to do a shield push once he makes it through. How am I doing mentally right now? Making sure yeah, I had a good night's sleep. I mean, I think the thing is once the fight is underway, at that point it's just mechanical. Does the hits to kill from the Barbarian account for better damage rolls on his weapon? It does not. So those numbers are based purely on just a regular Barbarian Cleaver. Those numbers are of course going to go down if we hit them with the two-handed mace. What's the percentage on shield push? 95%. I suspect you start fleeing before you die to that many hits. He's not going to hit points. He's not going to do his 15 hit point attacks for quite a while. So I don't think the chance of us fleeing is very high at all. If he has a cleaver that has armor pen, the bleeds will start stacking earlier. That's true. So yeah, I do think the safest setup is, I think, no shield. And then we swap to the two-handed spike mace. With the heaviest armor, heaviest forged armor. Your gut is saying more fat's better. Yeah, but then we have, you know, nimble armor on. That's not gonna let us live as long. You're doing it, Peter! You're flying! The forged armor has to be correct. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's an extra like 2.5 hits to kill, right? Going from 5.73 to 8.33. So yeah, like 2.5-ish. At least on average. Big armor, big spear, let's do it already. Yeah, I think it's time. The nimble armor is way too gambly. Yeah. Forge is usually a stronger choice for his cleavers. Right. Yeah. It's mostly, if we were to do the nimble armor, it's mostly just so we could equip the shield. And just do, you know, a little push. A couple times. Do I have poison? Yeah, he has relentless though. So it doesn't really do us any good. Another option is we could equip a net, but I don't think that's going to be worth. Not without quick hands. Because we could do like quick hands net, throw, start of the next turn, switch to bonk, hit, but... Armor attachments mean anything? No, we've already got the best one we've got. Resilient and 9 AP means he just goes to 8 AP and swings twice regardless. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, I think this is it. I think this is the setup. Just like this on Disco Nick. And so... I'm gonna pull more boys in reserve, just so that he appears on the list. And I think this setup is right. Why does he have a quiver? For swag, just in case. Keeps the enemies on their toes. Give him hell. Give him hell. Okay, so he's faster than me. Right, so we're at 95%. And we're always gonna wait. The idea there is, as soon as he makes it through, we weapon swap with our remaining AP. It's interesting he's splitting this in half. Okay. So we got him like half of his armor down. That's good. So he's gonna get 2 attacks in, right? And can we put down the dog and attack? We can. That's really nice, right? So we've got a 77% chance to hit. Now it's 82. That sucks. Okay, that's good, right? So getting him dazed is a huge, huge part of reducing his overall damage output. He's hitting us. Jesus. We missed a lot of 85s there. So we got this deep abdominal cut. Whew, spicy, spicy. Okay. Doggo did good work there, yeah. Doggo did work there. The doggo hit him quite a bit. The dog actually, yeah, the dog really helped. The dog won't do much damage, proceeds to die by the doggo. Right. Whew, that was, I'm gonna be honest. My heart is, this is where I need one of those OBS extensions. Write a little script, wear like a watch that puts my heart rate in the corner. Jesus. Can't believe you told me the dog won't influence the calculations much. Yeah, I mean, we missed a lot of 85% of chance attacks there. In our initial spear walling, we probably got unlucky in a sense by hitting him in the head so much. But we probably got maybe less than 20 attacks, but we got like a decent number. One turn he was dazed and you went first. The correct move is to wait? No. Incorrect, Rufin, because we only had 15 fatigue left. So, if we had, yeah, so no. If we had spare fatigue, then yes, what you're describing is correct, Rufin, but we didn't. So if we had waited from receiving those attacks, we would have lost fatigue, and then we wouldn't have been able to do an attack. Yeah, we don't have Mace Mastery. So, is getting a dog a near requirement for this fight? I mean, no, but that was helpful. Yeah, the dog was exceptional. Warrior slayed the barbarian madman. Yeah, and this cleaver is okay, right? We got a armor effectiveness, which is not really what we're looking for in a cleaver. But we got weapon skills build up -3 less fatigue. That's pretty nice. Whew. But the most notable thing here, of course, is the broken ritual armor. Yeah, I suppose it has low durability, but the durability on the cleaver, it's not a weapon that's really subject to breaking. Whew. Well. I'm gonna go ahead and put on different armor for now, and we'll mark these to be repaired. I see you got the goose? Yeah, we got the goose. We got the goose. And so, this cleaver, you know, it's a weapon we could give Misha Twitcher, and it would be okay, right? We don't have anyone that can really make good use of the two-handed cleaver. We really don't. We can give it to Insane Killer 013. It'll be without mastery, but it's not bad. It's not bad. We could also potentially give it to Battle Pasha. Might make slightly more sense on Battle Pashi. Then we'll give Insane Killer 013 the Greatsword. Since Battle Pashi has Berserk. So we'll do like this. Now we go find the 14th bro and grab the sensor. 82 out of 375 armor, toss it, not worth the tools. Yeah. You just realized water is useless for this run? No one can have a permanent injury, and that's not actually true, Firebat Bob. There are a handful of events which can cause injuries. We could get brain damage, or we could have like one of our throwers get a missing eye, which would be terrible, but it could happen. Okay, well that was harrowing. Brain damage is good. Yeah, on most of our bros, brain damage is good. Most of the time, brain damage is good. Okay. Let's do this fight against the tribal camp. I think I'm gonna give Disco Nick our heavy armor here. He's not gonna be able to spear wall much, that's okay. So they've only got this one armored on hold, who's on the opposite side of the battlefield as the Chaucer, which is kind of annoying. We do kind of want the Chaucer to be the one holding him in place. So, I'm gonna scoot and shoot here. Typical main tank dodging tank duty, right. Classic. No javelin throws for you, sir. Alright, we might be able to get the Chaucer in range of the on-hold. Gotta deal with this guy somehow, but... You have melons, Greg? Can you milk me? Mm-hmm. Please don't hit me. Okay, good. He listened. Is there a clip of the madman kill? If you just rewind a little bit, you should be able to find it. It was very recent. Thank you, Squigs. Squigs the Chronicler. Much appreciated. Chronicling. providing a living record of the run for all to view. Oh yeah, Barbarian music, so good. Is V good? The soundtrack's just got a lot of bangers, as the kids say. Or at least they used to say that. Who knows what they say these days? And MASH? I think so. Was a bit tight on that kill? Yeah, it was a lot closer than I would have liked. That's for sure. It was a lot closer than I would have liked. Warrior coming in clutch? Yeah, seriously. Seriously. Oh, whoops. That's not exactly what Okay, I guess we made our way to the other side. Anyway. I say, Warrior killed the madman. Right. Accurate. Alright, now we're gonna do a very... Oh, I wanted to swap his weapon. Whoops. The slow slaughter of an unhold with weapons that are not well suited for how we're using it. Did he really just do nothing? Hey, have a good night, war cake. I think he just skipped his turn doing nothing. Weird. He changed factions? Does that take his turn though? Give us your armor. Also, I guess I see no reason why it wouldn't, but I'm assuming the scavenger will give us tools for this, right? Very pitiful. Kind of cruel. It is armor damage after all, right? Doesn't say anything about the armor has to be droppable. Right. Okay, rude. Alright, we got him. Okay. Metal is metal. Metal is metal. Nice big pile of tools. And ammo. And we got another fresh stack of some of our throwing weapons. And a thorned whip, which is kind of cute. We'll grab it for the novelty. I think that's all we really need here. how's our armor repair coming along? Yeah, it's coming along. Beastmaster hats on every nimble bro or bust? I don't know. You like them? I think they're okay. They're like okay. All right, we're gonna swap around some armors. I actually really like the hide and bone armor. I think it looks really nice. They're more comical than the juggler hats? No. Nothing beats this. The jester's hat is like peak. It is easily the best helmet. No way. Get out of here, Sins. You're out of your element. The jester hat reigns supreme. You like the crunch of the bone armor? Yeah. Is good. Is good. All right, we've got a few armors that we're going to be fixing up here. Tool's situation is probably not going to look too favorable. Let's see, I suppose we can't decorate this, can we? No. What about this helmet? Yeah. I don't know that I like it with this, but it'll be all right. Have you ever outfitted an entire team with Beastmaster hats? You know, I guess I haven't. I guess I haven't. Jester's Cap gives big MTG Ice Age card vibes. Is that the same set that had the Sad Wizard? I love Sad Wizard. Sad Wizard is my favorite. The OG 2 blue mana counterspell. Sad Wizard predates? Okay. All of that is before my time. Look at that inventory, it's gonna be great next time you go to a vendor. Yeah. So great. Jester's Cap gives big SC2 epilogue energy. Yeah, the StarCraft 2 story. In my like headcanon, StarCraft 2's the story ended with StarCraft Brood War. I don't like the way they changed the characters. You wonder what it'll be like playing the game normally after this? I know, right? So your gamer mark is amazing. I'm a gamer mark. What does that mean, PanXG? What does that mean? Sad Wizard was an original alpha release? Really? Oh. Oh, okay. All right. Ancient Temple. So we found another legendary location. Now this one is the source of holy water. We're gonna come back here later. The holy water is what we're gonna use before, we're gonna use it in the Black Monolith fight for sure. We might, maybe, even use it in the Sunken Library. But we're probably just gonna use all 3 stacks in the Black Monolith. So we are not gonna go into the Ancient Temple, just because I don't wanna take up the 3 inventory slots. I'm sure I could convince myself that I don't need to keep a Morningstar and 2 pikes. Wasn't there another? No. So apparently there is a dialogue path that makes it look like you can get a cripple, but you don't. So yeah, you don't actually get to keep them. Look at my mouse hound. Oh yeah, I see. That's what you mean by gamer mark. Yeah. Oh, it's washed out. Yeah, we got the old wrist callus. I kind of have it on both wrists. You need to keep all 99 elixirs. Well, yeah, and the mega elixirs. You know, you'll need it for Kefka, and so you better fight some dinosaurs until you're level 99, and you can just take them out with like you know, offering Genji Glove in one attack. But you might need the Mega Elixir. Yeah, so maybe I will just do it. Let's just do it. We'll get our Holy Water now. Now, if I had Drunks on the team, I would not do this. Because we can lose our items. But no Drunks. We'll go in. Let's do it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Might as well see. Dust. Boom. 3 Holy Waters. You can get wrist burn from using too much PC. How? You pulled all-nighters before? It's not wrist burn. It's just like a... It's like a callus. Normal stuff, you know? Maybe you have proper, you know... It's not even really posture. But maybe you elevate your wrist. Ever heard of Emax Pinky? No, is that from needing to use control too much? Also, I should be, now that we've taken out the Icy Cave, I was just thinking about this. We should be keeping track of where we've been in the tundra. So we've only explored through here. I mean, I think if we find the hunting ground, we can totally do the Ijirok anytime. He might hit us in the tools a little bit, but maybe we want to fix up our injuries first. I guess maybe they don't matter that much. 3 legendary locations in one day. I'd be getting it done. I'd be getting it done, that's for sure. Hunting Grounds, yeah, Hunting Grounds is a really big power spike. Also, in the latest patch, they changed how the like auto sorts items, and it puts the broken ritual armor first. My brain doesn't like it because I'm so used to looking at the end and finding it, and it like, I don't know, makes me nervous. Like I forgot to pick it up or something. Old man yells at change. Exactly. It is a weird thing to do this far after release. I suspect it is a somewhat unintended side effect of when they made it so that it gives you like a prompt when you're gonna sell an item you probably don't want to sell. For example, if you were to sell, hypothetically, the Black Book. Again, purely hypothetical. When they added that change, I think is what happened. Who would do that? I don't know. Complete idiot. That's for sure. You have to be real dumb to do that. Real dumb. Ultra giga dumb. So, you know, I wouldn't know anything about it. Redditors? Yeah. That's it. Those people. Not me, obviously. I would never. Our berserkers are so funny. They're so desperate to flank. So desperate. Where's the clip of this event you didn't do? You know, I think that was long enough in the past that it's been washed away to the seas of time, you know? Like, I don't think there's any record of it, actually. Oh, come on. That guy made it out of... That's annoying. Orc Berserkers should be a really scary enemy, but their AI makes them so bad. You wonder if they had better AI once the devs made them dumber on purpose to make them a little easier? I doubt they made them easier on purpose, but what I think might have happened was they tried a little too hard to make them too smart. A little too smart for their own good. To where they circled back and became dumb again. It's a founding myth. No factual evidence of it remains, only takes around the campfire. Yes, that's right. I'm like that original sad wizard, but with less hair. Mm-hmm. They once gave them 12 AP? Oh my goodness. Dude, that's... I love that. They should put that back. I love it. They should put that back. Oh shit. Oh no, we don't have anyone with flail mastery. We don't have anyone with flail mastery. We have no flail boy. We have no one. We have no flail master. This weapon is so good. Armor ignore on a flail? No flail master yet. Yeah, armor ignore on a flail goes hard. Like, that's so good. And it's a pretty good roll. Otherwise, it just rolled weight, which, you know, that's not great, but it's still fine. Gotta get that Kingsguard. Oh, we do now. The Glorious Whip. Do we really call it a whip? Oh, okay, all right. I won't question the name. Yeah, 14th Pro has to be a flail build. I mean, yeah. It does. It's technically a spear? Right. Technically a spear. Yeah. The other thing we can do, as a side note, in the future, we do have the option of taking the jugs from the library reward and then retrofitting bro builds onto weapons that we find. Just saying. Just saying. The perfect mate to the glory us hole. Yes, the glorious whip. And honestly, the thing is, without flail mastery adds so much. Pound ignoring an additional 10% of armor on head hits is like, that's so good. I don't think you use a flail, even like a decent named flail, under normal circumstances unless you have flail mastery. But flail mastery adds so much. Would that be better than the Chaucer with the golden dish? I think so, because we have such an incredibly good shield already. if you give it a random bro this, it's basically like he has flail mastery. Kind of. That's kind of true. The change, though, is that a regular flail with flail mastery is like good, but I usually go with the berserk chain, which is much better. And I usually have headhunter as well, because headhunter makes such a big deal, such a big difference. Yeah, we will need a sensor bro after all. It's possible we build our sensor bro with quick hands to be able to use the flail as well. I don't know. Flail is really a weapon you spec for, yeah. But, I mean, that said, we can still make use of it. You make a joke about just being, yeah, we can't make an Oblivion potion. It's so sad, so sad. Yeah, I mean, I think the way we probably will end up using this, let's put it here. We'll use it instead of the Great Sword on Insane Killer 0 and 3. This is a little silly, but whatever. What a hell of a weapon to find at such a silly camp. How close are we to cook? Getting close. If we can just get our 10,000 crowns, we'll be able to get the cook. I actually kind of feel like we might be able to get 10,000 crowns just by discovering stuff way out here. And then we can just get the cook right after the ambition. This is pretty good. This is a good fight for us. Why did we get the holy water instantly instead of waiting? Just because I decided that I can probably do something better with 3 inventory slots. There are things I could clean up and still carry around the holy waters, and honestly, it's fine. Okay, so we are going to give our spear boys some different weapons. Go with like a great sword and some maces. Does this ambition give you something when you reach 10k? No, it'll just give us the 100 renown that you get from completing any ambition, and in so doing, we would get enough to be able to get the cook to get another retinue slot. Flail works here even without any specialization. Yeah, it does. It does. It works pretty well. And actually, you know, instead of the sword lance here, why don't I just equip the flail and give it to Disco Nick? He earned it. So yeah, many ancient honor guards. This isn't a bad fight at all. We can go ahead and do it at night, even though I'd rather do it like during the day. It's fine. 10 enemies, not too bad. We're still gonna scoot and shoot, of course. Make them come to us. And then blow them up. The train here is a little bit annoying. Actually, I wonder if I should... Yeah, let's go up like this. Probably use this cleaver instead. Yeah, you know, honestly moving there is fine. Here they come. Boy, this is a pretty nice attack. Got him in the head. With Flail Mastery, that probably is lethal. Okay, so let's disarm like this one, or maybe this one. Let's disarm that one. I'll probably be able to kill this one. I think Boilerplate can go here, but maybe I'd rather have him be there. Big old round swing. Fun when you get a chance to do that. And even, like, you know, justify it. That 90 miss? Oh. I didn't even look. Look at them all being disarmed. That's fun. Might shield push this guy just so he doesn't have good attack options. He took out his ally. Lessons learned from the battle brawl, I guess. Incredible. Not much honor there, right? Just trying to cancel that guy's shield wall there. Yeah, some skeleton on skeleton violence. What is the world coming to? Went for the push again. just to cancel the shield wall. Could be some Wings of a Butterfly Chaos Theory stuff. Makes it so there wasn't quite enough XP for a swag level, where we miss a crucial attack on the last legendary location by a single point. Could happen. Such a thing is possible. Alright. No fancy shinies. Decent famed item in these kind of camps. No need for a war scythe. I don't think we need anything here. I'm just gonna leave all this behind. I'm sure I can leave behind some of these nearly broken armors though. That I'm pretty confident in. And do I need these pikes? No. Full helmets though? Yeah, but like, am I ever gonna wear these? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, where's the bone mound with 2 fames around? Right. Yeah, no kidding. That's what we need. I would totally take one of those. Anyone done the maths on how long it would theoretically take us to get max swag levels? Yeah, I think the max level was like, what, level 33? And it takes a long time. Okay, so swag level on curse word. Let's level like that. And on falsers, let's... level like that. We'll get a little bit of melee skill. I feel like from an ammo conservation perspective, we end up we get use out of a little bit of melee skill. Getting very close to our 10,000 crowns, which will get us the cook. Many young, a few berserkers, and some warriors. This is not a bad camp. The Blood Guzzlers camp. What a name. Alright, let's make our way over there. And actually, let's... do a kind of last minute switcherooski. Little rearrangement. $25 level 33 bros by day 150. That's a big ask. I don't know that that's possible. I suspect it basically isn't. Oh, I suppose, yeah, if we're allowed to cheese zombie kills, that'll definitely do it. I wonder if we put something on that's just a little bit lighter here. Just thinking I want to get some more spear wall turns here. Yeah, I think this will be better. Even though he's got this hit point injury. I guess giving him the orc trophy makes this feel better. don't know, maybe I put him in the center. Let Lost Guardian and Boilerplate hang out on the edges. Yeah, this is fine. Whoa, those unholds were cruising. They were cruising around that corner. Yeah, I don't think there's any other changes I want to make for this fight. Ooh, there is. And I don't think there's any world where we use a net here. It's unlikely. Yeah, this isn't too bad, just 13 enemies. Big hits by the warbow. Remind myself. Always good to be reminded. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. So we could leave one singular death zone hex, which I think would be pretty okay. And we get the Chaucer kind of ready to actually maybe go up here. Well, no. There's just more enemies here. And I guess I'll end them just in case they charge. And I suppose if we're going to lure them into the death zone, the banner's the best one to do it. We're gonna let that guy sit there till the second half of the round. See you later, nerd. These orc warriors here on top, they don't even have shields. So yeah, none of these can charge on the Chaucer. Double gripped cleavers is kind of unnerving. Not really. I mean, the thing is like, because we have a 95% hit chance against them, they're only ever gonna get like one able to attack at any one time. So it makes them substantially neutered. And we've got disarms too. Like we've got tools. Might just puncture this guy. Boo. And I don't think I need to use heavy javelin ammo. Doesn't really feel very necessary. And let's get Aesthetic Gabe in here. Let him get some attacks in. Yeah, I suppose we leave Last Guardian where he is. I was thinking about moving back, but it just opens up another hex right there. Here I think I'm just gonna go for regular stabs. Got him fleeing. Whips here they're pretty handy. Being able to disarm them is nice. It's just nice. It's nice. Our shield's still in good shape here. Cleaver doesn't have a shield damage attack, so. Where you going, buddy? What's your plan, my dude? I don't think you're going anywhere. You found whips to be super useful against orcs? Yeah, definitely. You love the armor design in the orcs? The shoulder pads are full helm face masks? Yeah. Yeah, they're really cool. The art and lore book that came up last stream, I think it explicitly states that their armor is, in fact, like cobbled together stuff from knights that have fallen on the battlefield fighting them, which I think is cool as hell. Oh, he did a cute little dance. I love it when they do that. I love when they do a cute little dance. It's so cute. Alright, I still think I'm gonna get in there and just start attacking him. Come on, resolve checks. There we go. Turning this guy back into tools. Really, I'm just recycling what they used to have. All right, I guess the other guy, whatever. Okay. No damage taken. Got ourselves some strange mushrooms. And just a bunch of tools. Now, a lot of this is from the camp loot. I think the 5 is from scavenger, but pretty nice. Pretty nice. So let's... What was I gonna... I feel like there was something I was gonna do with one of these bros' inventory. Now I don't remember what it was. Maybe there wasn't anything. Oh, I was just gonna put this whip back. Was that it? Not sure. Alright, getting very close to 10,000. Scav has probably paid for himself at this point. Oh, definitely. Yeah, Scavenger's been... I'm very thankful that I have the Scavenger. Also, I'm curious, how many beast fights away from... Oh! Alright. Answered that question. Time to switch? No, we're gonna go without the scout for a little bit. I think probably the scout will be our 5th retinue. And then we will eventually just replace the cartographer with the bounty hunter. Bear scrub? Cute little orc camp. We'll go ahead and take it out. Rimworld levels of location naming. Sometimes the auto-generated names are nothing more than, you know, things like sharp rocks. But I kind of love it. 44 short, yeah. We're close, we're close. We'll get there soon. Only doing the indom there because, you know, in case they charge. Boring names are so real though. Lake Placid, for example. Yeah. Lots of very boring names, you know, named things in the real world. Springfield? Springfield. Like Steve? Yeah. Steve or Scott. I already said my name earlier this stream. My name is not private private information. Which is not a very exciting name. But it's a very funny, like, you know, some people's names have this like wonderful meaning where it's like, oh, that means, you know, beautiful river. Scott just means like, you know, like a person from Scotland. That's it. And I'm not from Scotland. In case there was any, you know. Concern I might be Scottish. Oh, these berserkers. They're trying too hard. Thought about naming one of your kids Carter. Turns out it means transporter of goods by cart. That's... You know, I guess I shouldn't be surprised by that. That's really funny. Statistically, streamer is Irish/German mix, possibly Polish. Just a mutt. Just a mutt. As many Midwest US folk are. There's German, there's English, there's French, there's some like Roma people, like gypsies. There's all sorts of things floating around in the old Slurgy bloodline. Can confirm Emma? Yeah. I mean, just what happens. Right, yeah. American immigration statistics over the past 150 years. Basically, yeah. Some German. Did I say German? Deutsch? Alright. We'll leave behind this nearly broken plated nomad mail. We're so close. So close to our fancy number of crowns. Let's see, what stats do we want to level up on Furious Sheep? Let's just do these ones. Those ones seem good. Pop on this mountain here. Might reveal a camp. These orc hunters are being hunted. Oh boy. We don't want to get caught by the unholds, but we will fight these orcs. I guess they don't really do much for us though. We don't want to get caught by the unholds though. More shrooms. Do the roaming groups have shrooms though? I don't know that they do. They might. Very little armor on him, right. Hey, Disco Nick got over his injury. Great. Can confirm this isn't always the correct answer. On a related note, the stuff that happens to your screen during the bad trip status effect in Stone Shard. They need to tone that down a little. Goes just a little bit too hard. It's extreme. Seizure? No, it's not like bright flashing lights. It's not like, you know, something that's gonna harm someone with epilepsy. It's just like you can't see anything. Too close to college? You know it. Some mornings, man. Hit him in the head. It's not supposed to happen. Can confirm, was mornings. Yeah. Some mornings are better than others. And we'll back up. There we go. There we go. That's the resolve and, you know, cascade type thing we're looking for. Coffee and burrito mornings? Oh man. Good times. Good times. The good old McDonald's breakfast burrito. Didn't even like the thing. Didn't even like it. Think it's kind of garbage. But like, when you wake up hungry, it does hit right. You had streams one time and you couldn't work out if you were hallucinating as the TV you were watching was very confusing. You later found out it was simply a Friends episode that had Ross and Russ in it. I love stories like that. You know, if you've not seen Too Many Cooks, do yourself a favor, just search for that video on YouTube and watch the whole thing. You're welcome, and I'm sorry. Anyway, I can only imagine seeing that while you are not in your most complete of mental states. What a journey that would take you on. You forgot all about that? Too many cooks. Too many cooks. Too many cooks will spoil the broth. It is known. It's a special video. It's wow, there's a lot of tools. Yeah, orcs carry a lot of tools when they're wandering around. I think the 4 is from the scavenger. The 17 is just like what they have on them. It's pretty nice. Adult Swim was a special time, yeah. Yeah, so I think it appeared on like Cartoon Network, Adult Swim, right? That's its origin. But yeah, it's I can only imagine seeing that when you're not in the right state of mind. Come on, we just gotta find one camp. Just one camp this far from civilization is sure to get us our 10,000 crowns. Then we can get the cook, and then we'll really be cooking. We'll have plenty of opportunity to just keep, you know, traversing up and down. It's gonna be good. All right, so we can equip this armor set now. Back on, oh, back on Disco Nick, actually. Yeah, so Disco Nick is our spear bro with the most fatigue. So we're gonna give him this armor. Didn't Family Guy start on Adult Swim? I mean, that sounds right. Or sounds plausible, maybe. It could have been one of those things where it was like a one-off creation that happened on Adult Swim or something like that. And then from that got turned into a real show. All right, so it's unfortunately just becoming dawn because this would be a really good camp to fight. There's no shaman. And given there are lots of skirmisher, there's only some ambushers, right? Those are the range defense threat. We've got a lot of tools right now. I actually think this camp is fine to do during the day. Family Guy was a network broadcast, premiered after the Super Bowl. The Superb Owl. I think I can, honestly. Oh, that's right. Wonderful. So finding that camp got us our ambition. And let's do it. Let's go ahead and get this. Oh. We need to meet the criteria first. You have to meet the criteria in that moment. Pretty easy to do when you are near civilization. Because like when you're raiding caravans and such. Goblins on a Hill scary. Meets the criteria? Nice. I mean, Goblins on a Hill are normally scary, but the hill part that you normally need to be concerned about is like the ambushers. And there are only some ambushers, lots of skirmishers, some wolf riders. Like they have a lot of melee fighters, actually. Caravan hunting time, exactly. So this actually isn't that bad of a camp for us. And plus, we got kite shields. I think I'm actually still only going to equip just the one. And here we don't need to carry too many extra shields at this point. Not against goblins. Not worth the gamba? This isn't much of a gamba. This is not that bad of a fight. Don't give the goblins any credit. They don't deserve it. They're just little goblins, you know? Like medium Derek? Yeah. Good old medium Derek. All right, so what's the best angle of approach? I mean, it is up this hill. So I guess we still just position to be able to do it that way. If I put falsers here, is he even going to be able to shoot anywhere? Maybe I just go here and shoot here. It's kind of bad. Shooting up 3 tiles of elevation. We can't even do it. We'll just go... We'll go here. We also do have anticipation on our banner. And then we've got pretty good range defense on some of these boys. Alright, so like Curse Word, for example, 23 range defense, pretty good. Got him! From downtown! He's heating up! And I'm not seeing any bolas really on the top part of the battlefield here. So I think we can move Battle Pasha up a little further. So we'll go ahead and watch him just chonk all the arrows into Kite Shield for 5% hit chance. Very cool, very smart. Probably just do 2 quick shots here from Falsers. Take that guy out before he can throw his net, ideally. I think soon I'm just gonna position Insane Killer here, like in the second half of the round. Loving that accuracy crossbow. So we're gonna run Disco Nick all the way forward to here. These two will just keep shield walling. The Chalicer will break free from the shackles that bind him. And I guess Aesthetic Gabe could go here and do a lunge. Actually, can he lunge up 2 hexes? I don't really know how that works. In case I was wondering, my stream is perfect sewing machine viewing. I was wondering. I was actually curious about that very, very specific activity and how it would be. And now I know. Roll to break the net was exactly within threshold. Was it really? Nice. You love to see it. Yeah, we'll keep Gene Dice like back a little bit. We don't need to be too aggressive. And I think I want to get Battle Pasha into this area. So I'm just gonna forego being able to attack this turn. It's fine. Occupying the high ground is gonna be nice. They're gonna start, the Wolf Riders are gonna run forward this turn, so. Love to see it, T-shirt swim. Soon. Terrain. I think we push Battle Pasha forward because I think doing a reap hitting these ambushers is better. But if I could move him just 1 hex, That would be great. Let's see what we can do here. And Insane Killer 013 I think is fine here. That's what I wanted. Glad I did that, what felt like kind of wasted move. You know, honestly, there's enough of these ambushers that are already fleeing. I think I just put Misha Twitcher here to make the Wolf Rider take a worse path. Or maybe here, actually. Well, I don't know. I guess it doesn't really much matter. I guess this is better. Babarasa84, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Yeah, I think enough of the ambushes are fleeing. I think this is fine. Fleeing or dead. I guess a lot of them died there, huh? Get flamed. Let's see, I guess maybe I push. Where should Lost Guardian go? Maybe just here? Yeah, it's okay. Alright, I want to make sure some of these Wolf Riders don't rally. This is hit chance, 28. Dang, couldn't get in range of both. Yeah, that guy rallied. But that one's fleeing. Big Sword Lance representing well this fight. Yeah, Sword Lances do well against goblins. It's probably the one fight where they shine the most. It is their best fight. IMHO. The more you play with Goblin Pikes, you think besides Sword Lance, the best polearm. It's really nice. It's really nice to be able to move 2 hexes and attack without mastery. It's just, there's a lot of situations where that matters. It's got built-in mastery, yeah. Yeah, basically just built-in mastery, which, you know, it turns out it's pretty nice. Yeah, this fight was clean. But yeah, even though I think generally speaking... Oh no, I didn't want to run away from that guy. Oh shoot. You want to take goblin fights at night? In this case, like I said, there were a ton of melee units. Melee slash throwing, you know, whatever. But... I wonder if goblins had more AP, how that would go down. I feel like the way they're depicted in this game, they should have more AP. Warrior, where are you going? Oh, that one? Okay, understood. Three bow shots per turn? Right, that's what I'm saying. Shouldn't they have that? They should have that. All right, that was very clean. Dang, really high shiny chance from these types of camps, by the way. The ones that say defensible outpost erected by goblins, and they're really far from civilization, have a really high famed item chance. Disappointing. All bows should be 3 shots per turn. So I have a hypothetical, Slurgy's hypothetical balance patch that nobody asked for, Notepad++ file, and I considered adding that option to bow mastery of making quick shot 3 AP, but I think it's too strong. But I have another little boost to bow mastery and a nerf to bow mastery, but just reallocation. Still a work in progress. What do you mean no shiny? There's a net right there. I mean, that's true. That's true. And we got a ton of ammo, which I'm real happy about. The nets are precious. That is true. Nets in this run are precious. But bows are so bad. They need a little help. But just a little. It'd be pretty easy to go overboard. It's more just that throwing does way too much damage. Well, we don't have the... Yeah, 6 of 8 types of food for the cook. Dip in the forest for a chance at a bro. Yeah, we don't know when the next event will be. I think I forgot to update it after 112. This is the type of fight we would wait for nighttime for, since there's a shaman. I don't know that I even want to do that fight at all, though. We can dip into the forest. We can travel through the forest here, actually, maybe a little. A cowboy hailing from deep space. A classic. Alright. Just a cute little camp of berserkers. Go ahead and bust this. I mean, even without the cook, we're kind of sustaining this. So if we get Disco Nick here, means we can bring other bros up to here. And I suppose this will mean we're gonna get some grand berserker flanking going on here. There they go. Look at them go. Except for that guy. Yeah, the warbows do pretty good damage against the berserkers though, since their armor is like basically nothing. Oh, berserkers. They're so funny. They hate the idea that you can reposition your spear boys. They just don't know how to react. Would be nice to have that goblin camp ambition right about now. Yeah, it really would. And we are about to get a new ambition. Right, because we just completed our previous. So it could happen. It'd be really good. It really would. We should will it into the universe. Manifest? I think manifesting. I think that's what the cool kids are doing. Manifesting abundance. Did it come up yet? I don't think so. I don't think so. Whoa. Game like was slow to react. Whoa. Weapon swaps there were weirdly delayed. Let's manifest our destiny. Yeah. Okay, I guess let's see what this Orc Berserker does. We'll otherwise kind of group up. That's the direction he decided he wanted to go. All right. Quit and reload after the fight. Delays always make you scared of a memory leak corrupting your save. Yeah, we'll save and reload after this fight. I think that is a wise thing to do here. I've never, boy, I don't want to curse myself with this statement. I've never had anything like that happen to me though. So. What is the crime? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? What is the crime indeed? Sweet. Got more mushrooms. You love to see it. You have, but only with mods? You think way more than I'm using? Probably just with legends? Sure. Okay, let's level up D and Dice, and then yeah, I think I'll just relaunch the game. Boy. Yeah, let's bring the hit points up to 70, which is actually 60, which brings us up to a multiple of 4, and so will put us up to 75 hit points. Yeah, let's just relaunch the game. Seems like a good idea. You never know. You have no mods, and memory leaks would happen to you if you played many hours in a row. Yeah, and I guess I've been playing for 4 hours, 40 minutes. Oh, it's, okay, there we go. OBS is slow to find the EXE when you launch it. You get the rainbow tiles and immediately Alt F4. See, I've never seen those. If I do see them, presumably I should just immediately Alt F4. Don't let the game do a quick save or anything. I've heard about them. I've seen screenshots of them. A good old-fashioned, have you tried turning it off and back on again? Right. I suppose if we want the cook to do long journeys into the wilderness, like sustained, maybe we make a return to civilization just to farm different types of foods from caravans first. Seems like a good idea. Am I backing up the save in case something like that does happen? I haven't been, no. Okay, so this is interesting, right? I feel like this ambition is probably going to complete really soon, right? But I do want the undead trinket. I kind of want the goblin trinket first. But I feel like this ambition is going to complete so fast. The Holy War's been going on for a little while. Let's do it. Passive renown, nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, I mean, we want to get the next seed after the fourth, and that one does take a while. That's all. And I think we'll eventually get the next card upgrade, and then we'll probably stop with that one. You finally made it home. The run continues. Hello, Future Bible Hero. Yes. The run continues. Glad you were able to make it back home. I'm sorry you had to travel through Iowa. It's not where you want to travel. It's a pretty boring state to drive through. Having done it many, many, many times. You watched the replays while you were in Iowa? Nice. You traveled to Iowa? Even worse. Not much worse, mind you. Right. As a native South Dakotan, you approve of this Iowa hate? Oh man, the Midwest state rivalries. Classic. Also, hello, Vance Lightning. Shutters, Nebraska. It's funny because it's always the The neighboring state rivalries are always very funny to me. Nebraska isn't that bad? Yeah, Nebraska's alright. Lincoln's a cool city. Doesn't the Midwest know nobody cares about the flyover states? Hello from NYC, by the way. Honestly, yeah. We know. Lincoln / Omaha area isn't that bad. The rest of the state's just corn and soybeans. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Omaha's kind of nice too. Omaha Zoo is actually like a really nice zoo. As a Coloradan, Nebraska makes you depressed? What, does like being in eastern Colorado? Alright, so we'll do this collapse ruin. Whatever's here, we'll fight it. Sometimes you forget Iowa exists. Don't worry, lots of people do. There are plenty of memes of people getting Iowa, Ohio, and Idaho all confused. 'Tis common. Bleak Blade Ingram. Wow, what a name. Pieces out immediately. Alright, looks to me like they've got enough ranged boys that they're gonna hang back, wait for me to come to them. How ready are we for fighting the Kraken? Honestly, we're pretty close, so we want to get the armor of the Idjarok. So we're gonna make another pass through the tundra. And once we've got the armor of the Idjarok and the Goblin Trinket, we're basically ready. Idaho, Iowa, potato. Right. You folks moved to Pierre while you're still in New Ulm. That drive was awful. Is that the drive that takes you through Pipestone? Am I thinking of the right path, or maybe near Pipestone? Would that be correct? Or like close to correct? Ooh, what a shot. Oh man. Billy Kirby's got such good emotes. His emote game is... I'm envious. He's got some good ones. Though I think the Slurgasm is a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. Not even really my idea. It just sort of just happened. Usually went straight over on 14 north of Pipestone. Okay. You attempted to break off and go to Mount Rushmore during a cross-country trip from NYC to LA. Oh, damn. So what, I-80 the entire way? Shit. And you made it partway through Iowa, got discouraged, and continued westward? The midway point on I-80. I know it well. Too well. Let's see. Do I want to swap to the cleaver here? I don't know that I do. Iowa's depressing. Yeah. It is where I grew up, by the way. But yes, it is depressing. Can be depressing, but can be really nice. Anyway. Iowa was a breath of fresh air. Wyoming is very depressing. Glendo, Wyoming. Got stuck in that town during the eclipse for like a solid 6 hours, which was about 5 hours and 55 minutes more than I wanted to be there. Or longer, rather. My wife is still mad at Glendo. She's mad we got stuck there. I get it. Mount Rushmore is neat for like 5 minutes, then it's usually, okay, saw that, moving on. Yeah, there's really nothing else there. I saw it for the first time on that same trip, actually, that I went through Glendo, Wyoming. And, yeah, I mean, it's like kind of neat, but yeah, exactly. Then once you've seen it, you're like, okay. There it is. Saw it. That's Mount Rushmore. Honestly, the construction, like, grounds of Crazy Horse are a lot more interesting, even though it's sitting in an incomplete state, which is, you know, is what it is. Rushmore was trash, smelled like urinal. Crazy Horse Museum was cool and clean. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Smelled like a urinal, though. Huh. I don't remember it having a smell when I was there. At least not a discernible one. Oh shit. Battle Poshy cleaning up. Is Glendo just discount Glendale? School of the Gifted. You walked out of the parking garage and you were bombarded with a terrible smell at Rushmore. I wonder if they're having some like issues with their local restroom or whatever. The local restroom. That's not a normal way to say that. Pretty clean Briggy fight here. Have we got any more shinies tonight? Yeah, we did. We got a, pretty recently actually, we got a flail. Of course, we don't have anyone on the team with flail mastery, so it's a little bit like, what are we doing with this? But we have it. And it's shiny and it's good. It's got an armor ignore roll on it, which is always welcome. But Unclear exactly what its long-term home will be. It's good enough we'd like to build a bro around it. So, got a cleaver too. Oh yeah, the barbarian madman cleaver. Right. Can you give the Lindworm Slayer a flail? If we get the Lindworm Slayer, yes. That would be great. That would be a really good recruit to get. You know what's funny is when I initially was thinking of like the different types of recruits we could get, we'll let that one Briggy run. He might do a little damage to us. You know, I kind of scoffed at the Lindworm Slayer because it requires how much gold? And I thought it was too much. What did I put in my pinned comment? Lindworm Slayer, 6,000 crowns? And I was like, that's too much. We'll never get that much. It's not even that much. But I thought we'd be under such incredible pressure on wages. I really did. I had it all wrong. I just had some things wrong that for a variety of reasons. All right, I don't think we need this kettle hat with mail anymore. Now that we've got the full helm and like a few other backup forged armor options. All event bros are welcome. It's probably written somewhere. One must imagine it is. Cleaver's an all right out of 10. Yeah, so the fancy shinies we've gotten are the cleaver, which, ooh, so that's the one downside to this mod that increases the text on this. We've got some additional effectiveness against armor and weapon skills build up less fatigue. Is, you know, not bad. And then the flail, we've got a roll on damage ignores armor, which is excellent. That's like, you know, you're always looking for that on weapons. Just almost without exception. Maybe on a named spear, it's less exciting. But even then, it's pretty good. I don't know. And reduced weight, which is not very exciting, but like, it's fine. All right, so we're gonna return to civilization. And the idea here is we're gonna raid a bunch of caravans so that we can get the food in our inventory to be able to get the cook. Ooh, battle sites. There's been some fighting here. Reduced weight's always nice for fat boys, yeah. A hedge knight? All right. Sure. Fires of religious turmoil burn bright. Are we the baddies? No. We're the good guys. It is known. All right, so the hedge knight, another coat of scales. I was really hoping for a coat of plates. Drop some ace, we can do the icy cave. Yeah, so he's just got, yeah, boring old one-handed sword. Whatever. You're on the wrong side. I know. Yes, the Chouser hanging out down here while the hedge knight's up there. You know, it is what it is. I wonder if I take this high ground. Probably do. Headshot. Calm down, Mr. Hedge Knight. I mean, how much do I care about daggering down this armor? Not like that much, actually. Like, we'll take a coat of scales, I guess. I don't know. Not daggering down equals more tools. I mean, right, that's the thing. We can transform his armor into tools. We don't get that much out of it. I don't know, a backup coat of scales. It's like kind of nice. Got him. Pushed him. I can probably put Insane Killer there. Dang. Okay. Huh. Didn't get him. Do we get any more event bros? No. Still sitting on our 13. Might just send the Chaucer in here. Or do I have him occupy the Hedge Knight? Oh, let's send him up to the Hedgie. Sure. The Hedgie wants to go there. That works for me too. Lunged. So we do want to get D and Dice over there with that Hedge Knight. We want someone to occupy this hex, I think. Well, maybe not. Hedge Knight's getting spooked. Again, probably won't need to use the net. Should just be able to dagger him down without, based on how things look now. I really thought he'd go to fleeing. Seeing all his boys dying. He's been disarmed. You know, despite being kind of a team of misfit nobodies with terrible stats, it turns out once you've got a whole squad of level 11 bros, not a lot else really matters. You're gonna be strong. And there it is, running away. Alright, we daggered down the Hedge Knight. You know, we may as well. Time to fight a 26 strong noble army then. I didn't say we were invincible. Though we're not that far from that. There's not really much incentive for us to take a fight like that though. Just doesn't offer anything to us. Unless there's like a named knight. We'd love to get our hands on some fancy forged gear. Alright, they're gonna get away. But yeah, pretty clean. Not much damage taken. We did get the coat of scales, and hey, it's in mint condition. That's pretty nice. It's nice to have the backup forged armors. There's gonna be situations where we want those, and so now we have them. Pretty cool. Otherwise, not a lot here. Gain a swag level on Battle Pashi. The swag levels are going to help this squad so much. You know, having lower than normal melee skill, being able to pump it up in the veteran levels is just so nice. .72 melee attack at level 14, right. And that's one of our overall better bros. Alright, let's get this hit points a divisor 4, or divisible by 4. Bring him up to 115. Chonky banner, very chonky banner. Fires of religious turmoil burn bright. Some things never change. Ooh, would you look at that? Surprise goblin camp. Probably do have to move forward here, don't I? Most likely will. What a weird camp and enemy like composition. Like very weird. Let's see what the Wolf Riders do. I'm not 100% confident I know for sure. I don't even think they do. So for a Battle Forge tank, should you go completely into melee defense, hit points, fatigue, and resolve? Melee attack is a skip? Yeah, you don't really want to level melee attack. Melee attack might feel like it serves you well in the short term, and it does, but it's completely wasted in the fights where you need them to be a good tank, and you're just not going to attack. So by taking melee attack, you make them better at the fights where you don't need them to help you. And generally speaking, for a Forge tank, man, you don't need much hit points. We got an exclamation mark mods command. You miss when every stream someone would say mods, prompting Slurge to explain he hasn't gotten around to it yet and listing off the mods. Some things have changed. I would say that one is an improvement, mostly to my own sanity. Are they really not going to move forward? Huh. How's the fencer doing? Can we really call him a fencer? His initiative is pretty low. He's a sword duelist who happens to have a fencing sword. I don't even think it's quite... I can't even quite call him a fencer. It'd be cool if we, like, had a bro like that. It really would. Maybe we'll find one. Right? What else would you call a bro with a fencing sword if not a fencer? Sword duelist. Budget fencer, fencer light, fence-ish. Fence-ish. He's a fence-ish. Fencer adjacent. Bet streamer feels like a big old dum-dum. Yeah. Hurt my feelings. Fence post? Okay. That's the perfect amount of stupid. Love it. Bison Bites, thank you for the raid. What game were you playing? The run continues. The run continues. It sure does. All right. Cute little camp. Not much there. We did take a little bit of damage. I think it'll probably just be fixed up by the time we take our next fight. XCOM Long War, very nice. Very nice. I have not gotten around to Long War yet. It's still on my ever-growing backlog. Feel like Battle Bros and XCOM are cousins? Yeah, definitely. I did do a XCOM playthrough just, what, a month or two ago? And it was my first time playing any XCOM game, and it was like a ton of fun. Doing it blind was awesome, and I feel like chat was perfect. I really didn't get any spoilers. People watched me fail and let me fail, but also let me know the things that were like, hey, you may not have noticed this. Like, what things that were like good information to give me, so. Any new event? Boy, I'm not eventing. I'm not updating that. We've had some prompts come up that I don't know for sure how they influence the event pool. It was a riot for sure. Yeah, it was. Medieval Man in particular, I think, again, you gave just the right amount of information when I wanted it. Thank you. It's a great experience to have. You can't recommend Long War enough. If I enjoyed vanilla, it's just better across the board. Right. Yeah. Okay, so we want to make sure we avoid this army. We don't want anything to do with it. But we do want the caravan. And that caravan. Excellent. These caravans will hopefully have all kinds of food in them. Sudburg sounds like a gross place. Does it? What is Sud? Yeah, I've seen that same quote, Delta. Yeah. People who made XCOM were like, we made a great tutorial for the real game, which was a mod. Incredible. That's gotta feel good for the mod developers. Wow. That attack was sponsored by Big Sword Lance. Battle Brothers Vanilla was just a tutorial for Legends? Oh shit. Get fenced. Okay. Hey, they even had tools. Strange meat, goat cheese, ground grains. Excellent. So what can I leave behind? There are certainly things I should leave behind. These Nomad reinforced helmets, why am I carrying those? Why do I have those? I don't want those. I don't need those. I shouldn't have them. Donkey cheese is the best cheese? Mm-hmm. Two loots, starting a band? Yeah, we just need to get the drummer. We're gonna be starting up a band, a big old band. Enough for Cook? Probably not quite yet, maybe after this fight though. I'll check after this fight. Nomads probably have some southern foods, right? That's kind of what I was thinking. Cheese? What cheese? Who's talking about cheese? Cheese is so good. I love cheese. Just love it. Why would I eat any other food? It's like... I was gonna call it healthy, and it's health adjacent. It's definitely food. And it's good. Health adjacent, like your peanut M&Ms? Yeah. The peanuts have like protein or whatever. They're a nut. Nuts are healthy-ish, probably, mostly. You get a guy in your platoon you call cheese because 100% of the time He carries a canister of shredded Parmesan in his pocket in case he needs it. Shit. All right. Dude, cheese is the best. Cheese the person. Cheese knows what they want out of life. Honestly, you never know when you will need Parmesan. This could happen. Should the no cheese rule? Yeah, that's true. 13 Kill did make that joke before. Oh, we need one more type of food. Just one more. Got ourselves a swag level on the Chaucer. You'd love to see it. Nomads might have rice. Exactly. And I might use a little ammo in this fight. I think that's fine. Disarmed. So have you been doing differently in regards to your changed philosophy when it comes to these types of runs? I've changed a number of things. The big one is I didn't realize how little time pressure there would be, which has just drastically changed how I approach it generally. That's probably the biggest change. The other is being much more familiar with things that I can't articulate in like single bullet points, but like, you know, just understanding what it's like to play with this type of squad much better. And that's pretty much it, I think. Is there anything I would say to past Slurgy at the start of this journey? Oh god, yes. I would say you're under like no time pressure and you should change the rules to just make it a 420-day limit. I would put that time constraint in right from the beginning. And then tell that young, naive Slurgy that wages will not be a problem. You'll have infinite money. So you should tell young Slurgy to do some test Kraken runs first so he doesn't embarrass himself when trying to do the cheese. No, I've got some pretty well-defined constraints or rules or whatever, ideas for exactly what I'm looking for in doing the Kraken fight that I think will make it no problem. Maybe no problem is a bit of an overstatement, but I got a plan. Dang, they hit me. Lone Wolf Kraken happened. Yeah, there is that. But the thing that you'll want to take note of in the exclamation mark run rules are no re-rolling fights with 2 asterisks on either side of, except for Kraken. I'm going to be looking for a pretty specific layout of the battlefield at the start of round 1. And if I don't see it, I retreat and I re-roll the fight. Okay, do I grab this plated nomad mail? No. I don't think so. And did they have food? Did I grab food from them? No, not a new food anyway. I have a 30% one? Yeah, that's true. Guess I should replace that. But yeah, we're gonna be doing the Kraken fight with some pretty strict battlefield constraints that we're gonna be looking for. Yeah, tools and ammo to have breathing room is actually really important because, all right, so we don't want to fight this yet. It's not that bad of a fight, but we don't want to do it. It doesn't get any, we don't benefit. Shoot, I guess I have to run this way, huh? A little annoying, but fine. Ah, the ruins of old. Maybe that's where the nomads were spawning? Might be. So we'll do this camp and then we'll loop around and keep avoiding this noble army. Got some cute little zombos. One of them very eager. I suppose given that the necromancer can possess a fresh one, we should run forward. Yeah. And we're gonna try to take him out. Pretty much already got it. Got him. Is dead people? Is dead people. So this guy, this fallen hero with the flail, want to make sure he doesn't hit us. Doesn't look like there's any ghosts though. I don't think I saw those on the initiative turn order. So let's see, I probably want to try to get Battle Pasha in a position where he's going to get some good reaps. So maybe we'll send him like here. Nope. Ghosts. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. 3 of them. Okay, so now we want to run the Chaucer up. Turns out, actually. Get him in a spot where They're not doing anything to the rest of the squad. But yeah, I can't remember if I completed my thought. Having enough tools and ammo to have some breathing room. The Thief in the Night, or whatever the event is called. That event has a super high score. It's got pretty strict constraints of being near a town and it has to be nighttime, but it has a score of like, it's high. I don't remember what it is, but it's high. So we're very happy to have that as a potential event. It does mean we're gonna have a non-hostile town that we need to maintain. But I think once we have the cook, that's actually not a problem. I wonder if I have D and dice do a repel here. I don't think I want to do the shield push. It's a lot of fatigue. I don't know. I guess I do. We took out the one that mattered. Okay, how's our spear holding up? 62%? Let's go ahead and just swap it now. How's this one? Untouched. Alright, that was good. So I'd like to have Disco Nick have the ability to back up, because if we can push with D and dice like on this turn, I was hoping that zombie would go there. Anyway, then they'd have to jump over. It's fine. So maybe I send Battle Pasha here? He doesn't really get surrounded, does he? Not really. Beautiful. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Would I say I'm more /less/same in confidence compared to number 28 on completing the challenge? Aside from this being the run, obviously, considering number 28's bros were demigods compared stat-wise. I would say I am more confident. And a lot of it is because of finally realizing that there's no time pressure. I was starting to figure it out in run 28. I almost still like kind of didn't believe it though, which sounds stupid. But definitely run 28 from a bro perspective had such high quality bros that in the fights where we really need bro quality, which is to say all of them, having good bros is going to make it a lot more cozy. Out of interest, what did you think the gold cost per day was going to get to? Well, so I thought it was two things. One, I thought it was going to get up to like 2,000, 3,000 per day. And I also believed that income for gold would be a huge problem, and our only way of sustaining it would be like getting the bounty hunter and staying near goblins and only fighting like goblin champions. But I just didn't know. I just didn't know. I've also never done a campaign, you know, meaningfully past day 150 ever. So I just didn't know. I'll run 28. Run 28. I'll always remember it fondly. Run 14. Another good one. A classic. The good old days, I know, right? Dude, getting the Kingsguard. Getting the Kingsguard. I was like losing my mind when that happened. It is funny being able to feel nostalgic about something that, like, kind of, in the grand scheme of things, basically just happened. Was it run number 2 or something where we were getting 20? Yeah, I think it was run number 2. Run number 2 where we got up to, like, yeah, 25 injuries. It was something like that. It was a really high number. And there were no meds on that whole map. It was kind of crazy. And wounds kept, yeah, the injuries kept getting infected, too. So we'd get the, like, infected injury event. We'd be like, alright, cool, great. Just what we needed. You think you started watching Run 14? Run 14 was a good one. Run 14 was a good one. Is that really when you... I feel like... I'm going to be honest, Future Bible Hero, I thought you've been around for longer. Alright. 14 was sad the way it ended? Yeah. That noble army spawning on top of us? Chubby Cat started watching from run number 1? Hell yeah. Much appreciated. Appreciate it, everyone who's come along for the journey. It's been fun. It's been fun, like, having other people get to experience this with me, which I realize is literally the point of, like, Twitch and streaming. But I don't know, for something like this, it just feels like it's more real because other people see it too, if that makes sense. That was the failed retreat one. Yeah, yep. That was the failed retreat one, number 14. But having people here makes it feel more real isn't quite accurate, but like the highs and lows. It's like a shared experience kind of thing. Wild how much has been learned over the runs as well. Stuff like how caravan inventories work and how other... Yeah, exactly. I've learned a lot of like really fringe info. Also just like the AI of caravan hands and caravan guards and the AI of mercs. Learned a lot about how those units operate because I just have limited experience fighting them. Even though in the Winstreak series I would often make an enemy of one noble house, it was still only like a handful of fights that I would do before like shipping my crew off to the wilderness. Can't remember what you had for dinner, but you can remember specific stuff from various runs of Battle Brothers. Yeah, I know, right? Can't remember what I had for dinner, but like, you know, I know where everything is located in every town in like the old Might and Magic games. It's precious metal dishes, gems, and a gilded book, and you're like, heck yeah, a hat? Right, I know. 50 years from now, historians will wonder why someone made an AI video simulating a streamer's crazy Battle Brothers run. Right. Cemetery of the Restless. Ooh, and then a stack of, what was that, 22 nomads? Your brain power went to the inventory at your old job. You knew what was in pretty much every one of the 498 aquariums. Nice. Aquariums are cool. I did a swim with sharks when I was living in Korea at the Busan Aquarium. I swam with sharks. Not just swam, I scuba dove? Scuba dived? I did a scuba thing. Yours goes to naming dice sets, which is far more depressing than it sounds. Are zombie fights just good EXP? Yeah, they're good EXP, and these camps, you know, whenever a camp spawns, we want to destroy it, because when you destroy a camp, more or less instantly, a new one is spawned of the same faction. So if you start leaving behind too many of the types of camps that maybe are less profitable or something like that, you're just kind of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit. You think the past tense is Scooby-Dooby-Dove? I think that's it. That sounds right. really, I think the benefit of having us scuba dive from the aquarium's perspective was that we became part of the exhibit. So all the Koreans got to basically point and be like, what are these crazy foreigners doing? And like, what are those crazy foreigners doing, you know? Did the sharks enjoy it? You know, they didn't care. A little hurtful. They just kind of swam around us like we weren't even there, basically. Though we did learn they are hand-fed, and so we were told to keep our hands in the strike zone. Otherwise, they might think we are going to give them food. Which, the idea of hand-feeding sharks seems wild to me. Too skinny and they want the lean meat? Could be true. Kill really wants that even nice number of aquariums. I'm inclined to agree. A nice even 500 could be like, or actually, really you add 3 aquariums and then on your signs to advertise, you say 500 plus aquariums. Or over 500 aquariums. Something like that. Got to get the marketing team involved. You can't get out of bed unless it's a 00 or 015. Actually, you know what's interesting about that is my scheme has always been that because I don't want to wake up to my alarm, I set my alarm to like a nasty number. Just a nasty number. You know? Something prime. Like a 13. Real nasty. I get crazy. You got fired and you don't expect the place to be around much longer? They've had 100% staff turnover since you were fired in April? Holy shit. Honestly, places like that kind of sounds like you dodged a bullet. Hopefully not literally. That place really be a disaster then. Technically one person's still there, but she put her in 2 weeks today. Damn. You set your alarms to nasty numbers because you don't want the previous alarm to overlap when pressing the snooze button too often. Ah, okay. Okay. I like that thought process. I can get behind this. Tank just got bit. Okay. And I guess we'll take another one of these guys. The Milkwaff. Porge the doggo is the alarm. Somehow he knows it's 7:30 And that means breakfast every day. It always, you know, it amazes me. Yeah, nomad. These aren't nomads, they're undead. It amazes me that dogs are able to do that. Or cats. I mean, lots of animals, right? Okay. Don't want anything to do with those noble armies. We could fight the mercenary company, but... Well? How high are our wages right now? Oh yeah, like nothing. 300, right? Compared to the rate at which we're bringing in money, this is nothing. This is nothing. A sword master, huh? We got a couple nets. We can take out a sword master. I want to make sure a noble army doesn't spawn, though. There we go. Swordmaster spooky? Nah. Not spooky. A champion swordmaster? Scary as hell. Regular swordmaster? Nah. No big deal. All right, might move forward on these three and just shield wall. Okay, there's our sword master. Nothing really we want from any of the mercs. From like a gear perspective or anything like that. Not really, anyway. What do we get out of this fight? A ton of crowns, tools, and ammo. Mercenary companies have just absolute monstrous amounts of supplies. So that's why we want to take these kind of fights. Yeah, crowns and EXP, basically. And we'll bring the Chaucer a little bit further forward. Maybe just to here. Swordmaster has a fancy... Oh, I know. That's a nice looking mustache. Okay. So we can make dealing with the Swordmaster a little more cozy by just simply putting him in the net now. And then maybe just honestly putting a bunch of damage on him this turn. We really want this Merc's net. Let's go for punctures. Got it. You think he's enough of a master that he uses the sword to shave? I mean, he has obviously not shaved in quite some time. And good for him. I wouldn't shave either if I had something that majestic. We have hardly attacked the Swordmaster since putting him in that net. Here we go. Now we'll get a chance. No problem. The Indomitable Snowman. Thank you for the raid. Were you playing some? Actually, I was gonna ask if you were playing some Battle Brothers, and I know you were playing some Battle Brothers because I saw that you were playing some Battle Brothers at least, a little while ago. But the run is going well. The run is going quite well. The run, as it is known, of course. You were doing some what was your phrasing? Chaos? Oh. I think the word chaos was in there. Mods making it chaotic. Or something, right? Hopefully it was a good stream. Big mod set today. Fun. So is it lunchtime down in Upside Down Land? I suppose it's, you know, if it's like practically middle of the night here, that must be what it is there. Yeah, so this kind of fight is really good for us. Just like the huge pile of crowns, tools, ammo, food that mercenary companies just have. Got a net. Upside down lunch, hard to keep the food up for, yeah, right? Food falling off the ceiling. It's hard to deal with. I'm sure you've got, you know, I'm sure the Australians come up with ways to make it work. All right, we're looking for a caravan so that we can get our cook. Still sitting at 6 of 8 different types of provisions. It's possible we could get what we need from roaming brigands as well. Hey, good night, Broad Metal Look too. They do have food on them. There's gonna be combat there that we're gonna miss out on. Probably. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Pretty large group of briggies here. Is that a leader? It is. Albric the Ox. Okay. I appreciate that they still integrate the thugs into their fighting force. Good to see the raider lifestyle is staying lucrative. Any bosses yet? Yeah, we took out the ancient city, artifact city, whatever that one's called, the new legendary location, and we also cleared the barbarian madman. Noon question. Some map seeds generate 2 cities? Does this game give anything in return or is just bad luck? I don't think I understand your question. Yeah, the team is looking strong. Team's doing well. Oh, got him. Always good to scout the map to see if it's 2 or 3 southern cities. I've never had one of these mystical 2 southern city seeds. Do you have to scout the map, or can you see it from the, oh, whatever that screen is called, relationship screen? I feel like you would be able to see it right away. Even if it's, you know, I think even if you're playing unscouted or unexplored. Yeah, from the faction screen. I would think you'd be able to. All right, yeah, have a good lunch. Yes, I will do my best with not dying. So far, so good. We'll try to maintain the whole not dying thing. Dying sucks. So let's not do it. Did we manage to entirely skip using billhooks this run? I think there was a brief period where we had billhooks before we got the sword lances. But it was pretty short-lived. You've got a seed with an island southern city with no land connection, and the only port on the whole map is in that city? That sounds cursed. Riposte? Can't riposte that. Or that. Or that. Alright, so they are now all fleeing. So we'll just quick tick them out. Recycle their armors, turn them into tools. Has the famed dagger been performing as you expected? Is it better or worse? I would say it has performed... So my expectations were really high. I would say it is slightly worse than I expected, but that's just because I set too high of expectations. I was like a father watching a t-ball league, you know? So my expectations were probably just a little bit too high. It's still been really good though. Yeah, it's done a lot. There's been some fights where it's been really good, so. It would be utterly disgusting if it was in the hands of a better bro. Nah, no one better. Alright, so let's fight these briggies and then let's fight the caravan. We still don't see the leader. Is he a coward? Disgusting. There's our leader. Barabbas Brimstone. That's a terrible name. He needs to go back to, I don't know, brigand naming school. The crossbow on the other hand, yeah, honestly, that crossbow has been so good. Getting accuracy has been super nice. Barabbas Brimstone is pretty good. Is it? The alliteration it's trying too hard. It's trying too hard. He's got terrible gear for a leader? Yeah. Terrible gear, terrible name, no good. Man is named after a murderous highwayman and the last name has connotations with hell. It goes hard. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's like edgelord, you know? It doesn't do it for me. So we'll take him out. All right, nice pile of supplies. You love to see it. I don't think we got any new foods, but maybe from this trading caravan we will. Edgelord is super popular with the kids these days. Then perhaps I should reconsider my stance. I do want to be cool and hip with the kids these days, after all. Can't be seen as being uncool on the internet. That would be terrible. Terrible. Think of what it would do to my reputation. You've heard a Linkin Park song in the last week? Aha! You tried so hard and got so far in preventing us from knowing that fact. But in the end, still figured it out. You got so hard and came so far, but in the end, in the end, your parents named you Barabbas and you got shamed on a Battle Brothers stream. Yes. Did nothing more than simply be birthed. And people made fun of you. It's rough out there. Barabbas did nothing wrong. Hashtag free Barabbas. Nice little tools caravan. Did that give us the food variety we needed? No. More of the same. All right, we got ourselves a swag level here. And let's see. We don't know if this bro will get fat again. They probably will, eventually. So let's just keep pumping resolve. Donkey meat and human meat reclaimed from gobos doesn't count as 2 different types of food. I guess humans taste like donkey? Oh, we don't know. Well, this is just strange meat. We don't know what it could possibly be. It could be anything. It could be anything. Don't let the human skulls, you know, hanging from spikes lead you to any sort of crazy and incorrect conclusions. But I think that's a good place for me to call it for the evening. I'm at a good stopping spot. We will, at the start of next stream, get ourselves a cook and make some adventures out into the wilderness. So I'm going to send you guys over to Dolphin Chemist. I will probably be here tomorrow. It is somewhat depending on the weather. The weather looks like it will probably be bad, preventing us from doing our outdoor activity, but I will let people know, and I'll even give a little, you know, announcement in the Discord, letting people know that there might be a stream tomorrow, there might not, TBD. So, to all of you, wherever you are in the world, this is The Run. Make it a good one. Ta-ta.